Hey, Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I trust you are feeling as well as you can in this moment. And if you're not feeling like that's true for you, that's okay too. I hope you find peace and relaxation here. Our first guests are arriving. Welcome dear Lala, Michelle, and Melissa, and Sam. Hello dear Starseed and JJ. We are starting off today in our Sangha with Shravana. I have a show and tell to share with you from one of you, and then we'll be doing another reading, and then we'll dive into our Manana. Welcome dear Alexis and Kev, and thank you Kev for your like. And hello, Ophanum. And welcome dear Jeff, dear Feline, Namaste dear Sky Guardian. I'm happy that you have some new toys to play with, dear Sky Guardian. Hello dear Chris, and hello Enzo, and thank you for your likes. Where is my opening Shanti mantra? From the Taittiriya Upanishad and Katha Upanishad. Here it is. Hello random, and up the freeway. Hello dear Murdia. Okay, here's the Sanskrit prayer. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanao Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Garva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our study be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. Om. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment. And may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Hello, Giulio. Hello, dear Nick. You ask, how do you deal with stress? To me, stress is preventable. Even in the moment that you're feeling it, it arises from something that we can let go of. It's not an objective phenomenon, meaning we have an inner power to do something about it in the moment. Stress is not a function of the environment, it's of the expectations in the environment. We're stressed out over meeting our quota, or being the person we want to be, or hitting that deadline, or doing our responsibility, or this or that or something else. And we feel stress when our expectations are being shaken. So the key to living a stress-free life is not to change anything about your life necessarily, but changing our expectations. What can we realistically achieve? Even if our boss says that we have to hit this quota, can we really do that? If not, then stressing is not going to help us do something that's impossible. The best thing we can do is set boundaries and communicate and do as much as we can, and nothing that overexerts us past a point of affecting our health. In other words, know that your best is enough, and you can't possibly do more than you're enough. So change the perspective from which you see the situation, from something that you have to do but can't, to something that you can do or don't have to do. Hello, dear Yana. Hello, dear Echo. Dear Enzo, you asked, how long did it take me to read Sanskrit? not long. Not long. There's not that many symbols. And of the symbols, there's lots of reused different parts, and that can really help you. English has 26 letters in the alphabet. Doesn't take that long to learn all the letters in English. Sanskrit just has maybe about 2 or 3 times more than that, which sounds like a lot, but hey, it's not like learning all of the different glyphs in Chinese. My god, that would definitely take a long time. But no, you could learn all of the vowels tonight if you spend maybe an hour writing them or more. And then the next day, you could work on the next row of consonants called the ka varga. And then the next, and then the next, and the next. And by the end of the week, I am sure that you'd probably be pretty familiar with them. So it's a matter of commitment. If you're committed to setting an hour of your time aside, then you can learn a big chunk of those letters. And certainly, definitely, if you dedicated an hour of your time every day for a week, you'd probably get them down by the end of the week. Hello, dear Chloe. Hello, dear Katie. And good evening, dear SJ. Oh, thank you, dear feline, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you for another rose, dear feline. Yes, I have a show and tell. Been a while since we did one of these. Today, for show and tell from one of you, we have something from dear Billy. Let's see what she has written about it. It's called the Collage of Healing. And she made it 20 years ago. She writes, I'm sharing this because I want to share some of my journey of self-discovery, spiritually and healing, or spirituality and healing. I find it interesting that my goals that I envisioned for myself 20 years ago are still relevant in my journey of today. I guess I'm still on the same path towards self-acceptance and joy. Very relatable. So she had shared this 5-minute video for us of this collage. I'm just going to bring it up on screen for us to look at it together. Nice way to start our Sangha off today. Here it is. There's Billy. Okay, let me press play. I haven't watched this. This will be my first time with you.
Hi, it's Billy.
Hi.
I just wanted to share a collage that I made about 20 years ago.
Let's go.
Hold on.
I'm holding.
Okay, so I'm not doing it landscape because I can't figure out how to switch it.
Understandable. Portrait only.
Anyway, this is the whole collage from here to here, and I'm going to zoom in and show you each little piece.
Yeah. Hot air balloon.
So here we have some...
I've always wanted to ride in one of those.
Used to be a dream of mine to fly in one, but now I think I'm too scared of heights. That's okay.
I'd be pretty terrified too. But what did that say? I wanted to go back there. The whatever this called, the search bar or whatever it's called, the navigation bar is kind of in that way. It says something about riding it above San Diego, miles above. For the very brave.
Okay, they're still beautiful.
They are beautiful.
Okay, this says, don't worry about what the world needs. Ask what makes you come alive and do that. Because what the world needs are people who have come alive. By Howard Thurman.
Nice.
Here is a beautiful nature scene.
Ah, I love that.
Skies,
That looks very peaceful.
sun, clouds. choices.
We love
And a
those.
path surrounded by green.
Mm.
You can just smell how beautiful it probably smells.
Oh yeah. Petrichor.
A pretty vase.
I like that.
And we have more sky, beautiful sky.
I love when the light refracts like that.
Maybe those are mountains, I'm not sure. This is me, 20
Which one?
some odd years ago, holding my niece, Emily,
Aww.
who is now 23, almost 24.
Oh, my age.
So about the time that this collage was made, our dear Liam,
Hey, it's me.
was in his mommy's tummy.
That's right. Yeah. What a precious moment.
Family. And some people riding horses in the mountains.
Ooh.
Pretty cool.
I'd love to be there. That looks warmer than it is here.
Then we have, this beautiful picture of a
Who's
baby
that
and
distinguished
maybe his
gentleman?
grandpa.
Oh, I spoke over her,
A
sorry.
baby and maybe his grandpa.
Oh, a baby and maybe his grandpa.
I love that picture. It's so sweet. And here it says, "It is one of the most beautiful compensations of this life that no man can sincerely try to help another without helping himself." Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Let's go.
Nice sentiment. There's love.
Very nice. Love.
Here, make life a little easier.
Being me.
And here's a nice waterfall.
Oh, beautiful. Blue sunny day.
Another waterfall.
I like Billy's appreciation of nature.
A palm tree and maybe the ocean or maybe the Long Island Sound. Who knows? Oh no, there's no palm trees there. I don't know. I don't know what body of water it is, but there's a speedboat and a sailboat.
Yeah.
More sun and water.
Oh, what a great color that is. A nice orange.
This one says, "When one door of happiness closes, another opens, but often we look so long at the closed door that we do not see the one which has opened for us." Said by Helen Keller.
Oh, jazz snaps.
Here is a beach. Beautiful.
I like this. It's very wholesome, very pure.
Then we have the word serenity and a beautiful, prayerful, peaceful photo or drawing.
Is that a bubble?
We have these sayings here. "The purpose of our lives is to be happy." That's the Dalai Lama. "Happiness is a how, not a what. A talent, not an object." Hermann Hesse. "To have joy, one must share it. Happiness was born a twin." Lord Byron.
I love that.
Here's some beautiful redwoods. And I've always wanted to go to the redwood forest. Haven't made it there yet.
It's incredible how young those trees are. You look at a tree that massive, you think, my goodness, this must be 400 years old. But some of them may have been planted around the time you were born and are that tall. It's ridiculous how fast they can grow.
Trees, rocks, water, earth, and sky. And here is another waterfall. And then
Somebody needs to take Billy to a waterfall ASAP.
flowers. And I think
They're
I
very
got it
pretty
all.
flowers.
And if you notice, which I think I just noticed, love is in the center.
Oh, we have to have a love in the center.
Very interesting, because love should be the center
Yes,
of everything. Hope you enjoyed it.
I certainly did. Very wholesome. Thank you. dear Billy, for sharing that. Allow me to now reveal myself again. Ah, there we are. Yeah. Well, I'm very grateful that I got the chance to explore that with you. A collage of healing. And I encourage all of us, if we are in need of healing, make a collage. Put some of the things you like about life on there. Quotes, pictures, pictures of quotes, quotes of pictures, you name it. Thank you everyone for watching that with me. And if you ever wanted to share something, we've got a few show and tells lined up for next time. Do check out the show and tell submission form in the link tree in the bio. Namaste. What a great way to start off our Sangha today and our Shravana. And welcome everyone who joined while we were exploring that. Hello, Illust Philosophy. And thank you, Megan, for the 7 roses that you had sent. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Mahina Greta, thank you for your subscription. I always look forward to having you here and being able to share what I can with you and learn from you in return. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Megan, for your half a dozen tiny tinies. Yippee! And a heart me. Dear Illust Philosophy, you share you've had a long day. It's time to think past the stars. Sometimes the longer of the day we have, the better it is to look within, into our inner cosmology. What is it about the length of our day that makes it feel so long within ourselves? And how can we appreciate the preciousness of time we have left here on earth? Hello, dear Assad. Sorry you've been absent, or you never have to apologize for not being here. Everyone is welcome to come and go as they please. And dear Laura, thank you for your tiny tiny. Yahoo! And dear Zoe, thank you for your pair of tiny tinies as well. We got a lot of tiny tinies today. I was in fact wearing the tiny tiny beanie today. Hello, Kiri. Hello, Etol. Thank you, dear Butt Sneeze. And nice to see dear G to Infinity, and thank you for sharing the live. Hello, dear Rhiannon. Etol means star. It's a beautiful name. And you certainly light up the night. And thank you, Feline, for sharing the live too. Well, I'm very happy to have so many people here. And know that old or new, whatever you are feeling right now, I hope that there's space for those feelings here. And if you want to share what you're going through, you're welcome to. And I'll do my best just to listen, hold space for it. And this too shall pass. Hello, dear JP. And Buttsney says, my name is also means star, but not my username. Have I watched Arcane? Asks Curly Fries. I have watched Arcane, the first season at least. It's a good show. Yeah. Adimunika, you share, you're going through the dark nights, trying to enjoy the ride. Well, dark nights, or like dark nights riding on horseback. You can certainly enjoy the ride that way. Okay, I would like to read from another section of our book, Moksha. And this will be the last part of our Shravana before we go into Manana. Let's see where we left off. This is chapter 5 of the second part. Rishikesh, a city in India. It was immediately evident, was ruled by mendicants and monkeys. Both roamed the streets and byways freely, and both were given a grudging respect by the populace. The mendicants for having forsaken conventional life in search of God, and the monkeys as earthly surrogates of the monkey god Hanuman, the remover of obstacles. The difference between the two was that the ochre-robed mendicants were unencumbered and wandered alone, a sturdy staff in one hand and a begging bowl in the other, whereas the monkeys were part of a large social network, moving about in marauding bands, constantly on the lookout for any opportunity to terrorize and steal. A bus crammed full with pilgrims would cheerfully go over a bluff, then herd a hair of a mendicant or monkey. The address my Sanskrit teacher, Miss Nandi, had scribbled on a torn piece of paper, a haunt of Siddhs, my guru-to-be, she said, led us to an ashram, a conglomeration of a 2-story concrete building overlooking the Ganga, which you may know as the Ganges, as the Greeks first called it, the holy river. At the first glimpse of the river, Jatayu parked the car, jumped out, and made a full-body prostration facing the river. Mata Ganga is God in liquid form only, madame, he explained. After he unloaded my bags, he said, "You want sightseeing? You call me. I come right away." "But I'm here for 3 days, Jatayu. I'm sure I can hire a taxi." No problem, he said. "I am not going back to Delhi. I am only staying here. My uncle is in the next town. You call me, no problem." "It is a great comfort for me to know you are here, Jatayu," I said. He put his palms together and bowed solemnly. I was directed to a room on the upper floor of one of the hostels in acknowledgement of my elevated status and anticipated wealth, courtesy of Gerhard Industries, which in the last chapter she blackmailed. I changed into one of the extravagant purchases I had made at the hotel boutique. A long pale blue skirt beaded and shot through with pieces of mirror, a high-waisted and low-cut silk-tailored blouse over which I draped a filmy silk shawl. My newly washed and curled, shimmering hair framed my subtly made-up face, and large silver hoop earrings and a diamond-shaped paste-on dot, a bindi, on my forehead, completed the ensemble. My old, beautiful, all-too-human self was peeking through after a long hiatus. I briskly stepped down to the river in the direction suggested by the receptionist. Some distance away, where the riverbank turned to sandy beach, I found Siddh. On his haunches, intently studying a large, crumpled map spread out before him. He caught sight of me and stood. A Himalayan pheasant swooped down and perched on a branch nearby. 2 sannyasis, renunciates, in ochre robes came down to the river, gave us a curious glance, waved at Siddh, then turned back to the ashram. "You look happy," I said. For a moment, confusion clouded his face. He did not recognize me. "Happy to see you, I imagine," he said, recovering nicely. "I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop by. Harry, your friend—" "Hari," he corrected. "Hari Narayan." "Yes, Hari, of course. I should have known." "Narayan? Come to think of it, I just met a Padma Narayan. Any relation? Of course it's a common enough name." "His wife." "Small world," I exclaimed. Again he seemed confused. "You know, 6 degrees of separation," I clarified. He didn't seem to know. Hari said to me where I could find you. "I've been studying the text that you sent me. I can't make out much of it. Now Hari has given me a second text. It's a short one, but also obscure and full of riddles. It includes a commentary that does not help and only adds to my..." I was teetering like a schoolgirl, somehow disarmed by his faded blue jeans, cotton shirt, and unlaced sneakers. I was also conscious of being completely and inappropriately overdressed. I handed him the 2 paperbacks, and while he leafed through them, I surreptitiously peeled off the bindi from my forehead and removed the hoop earrings. Why had I come? And why here? I came for advice, for comfort, for Sid. I needed reassurance that my one decision to enter Gerhard's dirty world for the most important of reasons had not hurt me irrevocably. I wanted approval, a pat on the back, but for the second time he had failed to recognize me. He held up the Mandukya Upanishad. "Hari maintains that this is all you need," he said. "This is if you can make sense of it." "Will you teach me?" I asked. He picked up the map and carefully folded it. "Yes," he said, "but first, lunch." The ashram dining hall greeted us with a sign, "Silence is golden," in blue curlicue letters. Orange-clad Swami, seated on the floor in orderly rows, monotonously chanted several verses of a prayer. We waited until the chanting concluded, washed our hands at a tap, and headed to a section reserved for guests. I lowered myself to the floor by first gingerly getting onto my knees, mindful that the pain from my old wound could surface at the slightest aggravation, and that the wound itself could open. My awkwardness was unnoticed. Perhaps it was assumed that, as a foreigner, I could only sit comfortably in a chair. A serving boy scurried around, spreading banana leaves in front of each diner, and sequentially dumping rice, curries, and a crisp, spicy wafer, a papad, on each leaf. We all ate quickly, keeping to a solemn silence that was unfortunately broken by the shrill clatter of metal pots and pans and shouts from the kitchen, the cawing of crows fighting over a morsel just outside, and the mooing of the ashram cow and her calf. I was disappointed at not being able to engage in small talk that sharing a meal allows. We ate quickly, washed our plates and utensils, then stepped out into an arboretum. An arboretum? An arboretum of shade trees, shrubs, and herbaceous plants. "I'm here for 3 days," I said. 3 whole days to learn the secret to immortality? "We'd better get going," he said. When I'd asked Sid to teach me, I may have sounded casual and even flippant, but I was sincere. The 2 texts did intrigue me, but I had come to this mountain retreat at the foothills of the Himalayas for a few days of rest and relaxation, a well-deserved reward for having saved the lives of 5 children, as well as managing to fund Mother Gabriel's grandiose schemes. No mean feat. What I did not count on was Sid's earnestness in taking up my request for instruction. His method was the ancient technique, that of a dialogue. For 2 days, as we strolled along the river, we sat under a banyan tree, or occupied a table in the ashram library. I was subject to a drill on various subjects, many of my own choosing: the nature of reality, creation of theories, consciousness, science, God, and so on. Sometimes we spoke as equals, two friends chatting, but at other times I was clearly the student. I might not have sat at his feet like a boy in a gurukulam, an early version of the English public school, but I was always close, physically and mentally. I was flattered by the attention, but this was no vacation. So, we will begin her teachings of the secrets of immortality next time. We will pause our reading of Moksha, liberation, there for now. So, thank you for listening. And namaste. And that concludes our Shravana section, the listening segment of this Sangha. Now, my ears turn to listen to you, or more aptly, my eyes turn to read the comments in full attention. So I'll have to transition scenes now. And hello everyone who joined while we were reading too. Hello dear Angel. Hello dear Rio. Nice to see you. I am well. Thank you for sending love, dear God King. Oh, I'm glad that you appreciated the listening, dear Chris. Sky Guardian, you asked, who's my favorite Arcane character? Yours is Victor. It's been a while. It's been more than a year, so I don't remember, unfortunately. Was Victor the one who was very good with creating gadgets and whatnot? The one who ultimately was harnessing the arcane? You'll have to tell me. Dear Illust Philosophy, you ask, how does one decide on a mantra? Usually you don't. A teacher decides on one for you, and it's given to you by a guru. That's called a guru mantra, or a mantra for short. Most other mantras aren't technically mantras in the traditional sense, but really just called something that is known by a nama japa, which is the recitation of the holy names, like Om Namah Shivaya. It's really just, reciting the name of Shiva. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. It's reciting the name of Vasudevaya. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. It's reciting the names of Hari, Rama, and Krishna. So that would all be Nama Japa. Name repetition. However, those are also called mantras. But the kind of real mantras that may be given by a guru is much more secret and decided for you. But of the Nama Japa, whatever feels right, whatever quality of the divine you wish to imbue into your life at that moment, since the names mean different things, that's the best one for you in the moment. Dear the free bumblebee, you ask, where do souls come from, I think? That's a great question. It seems like everything in this universe comes from some other place. This body came from our mother. She got the resources from the food. The food grew in the soil. The soil came from past biological organisms decaying. Oh, it also came in part from the rain. The rain ultimately is evaporating from the ocean. Comes from the light of the sun. Sun comes from a stellar nebula. That came from the supernova of another star. That probably came from another stellar nebula, which came from a coalition of gas and dust from the hydrogen and helium created by nucleosynthesis, the Big Bang. Seems like everything comes from something else and we can keep tracing it back. So where does the soul come from? Well, we actually run into trouble by phrasing it in terms of there even being an answer to this question. Does a soul actually come from anything? If it did, that would mean that it has a beginning. At some point, the soul did not exist, which seems reasonable, but if we look closer at what it means to have a soul, you'll soon find that this is inherently a contradiction. By definition, the soul is the unchanging part of the universe, the witness that shines through the mind and body. That witness cannot come from any place because it is not an object of our experience. In fact, the soul is the reference point for the coming and going of all other things. It is to the soul that things come and go, but the soul itself does not come and go. It has nowhere to go that it's not already as the grand universal field of consciousness. Just like when the sun rises over the horizon and we begin to see its reflection in the water, we look at the reflection and we say, there's the sun. Where had the sun come from? But it's more of an illusion that it appeared because the sun came over the horizon. Even when the sun was below the horizon, the sun was still there. It's just that the reflection was not there. And when the sun sets again, it appears that the sun in the water goes, but it's only the reflection that goes too. The sun itself has been there day after day. And hello, dear Jared. And thank you for your heart me. And a pair of cheer you ups and team bracelets. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, dear Roxy. Much love. And thank you, Spiritual Vibes, for sharing the live. And dear Eric, thank you for your quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, dear Michelle. Billy, you share. Your mom asked you where the soul is. You said everywhere. Good answer. Oh, thank you for the wonderful question, the free bumblebee. And thank you, dear Greg RG, for sharing the live. Roxy, you share, as a sociologist, you think it comes from conditioning. What you are referring to is the mind, and indeed, the impressions in the mind come from our conditioning, our external stimuli. Dear Ennis, you ask, what do I think about antidepressants? If it can change your life, where's the soul? It's dependent. Antidepressants are very helpful for many people, and I'm speaking from experience too. During the time that I was on them, I found a lot of mental stability. During that time, I could work on myself and implement a lot more permanent solutions, like getting into healthy routines and bettering my interpersonal relationships, which ultimately serve me in the long run. Whenever you have to do something every day, it's not a cure, but something that treats the symptoms, right? If you take a pill and you have to keep taking it, then it's only treating the symptoms rather than actually curing. If something were to cure, then it's a one and done deal, right? Wouldn't that be amazing? If you could just take a pill just once, and then you wouldn't be depressed for the rest of your life. That would be a real cure, a real medicine. That'd be wonderful. Maybe we can get there one day. But in the meantime, this short-term solution, something that attends to the symptoms, can be really, really helpful. But yeah, we can't permanently depend on them for ultimate happiness. That must come from not a pill, unfortunately, but through a bunch of different things coming together in harmony. We change our behavior, for one, letting our behavior reflect higher knowledge, which we gain from appropriate sources. And we find meaning in the little things to empower our actions. We have bhakti, karma, and jnana all coming together in order to find true happiness. What we do is we change our karma, our action, that we serve others rather than this limited body and mind. That's called karma yoga. And the secret to doing so is through bhakti yoga, through serving the divine within everything, making an inclusive self our shared existence and identity. And we come to that conclusion or decision through jnana yoga, which is the yoga of knowledge, by coming to a higher understanding of our true nature. But happiness is always there. The soul, the consciousness, is never dependent on anything. The mind may be, but it doesn't have to be. You, at the core of your being, are infinitely happy. You always have been. It's perhaps the most beautiful truth that there is, that no matter what you go through, there's a part deep, 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 deep down that is infinitely happy. That happiness could never be taken away from you. Ultimately, happiness is not actually found, but expressed. And so many of us are just waiting for a moment to allow that happiness to pour from our hearts to be expressed. And we've forgotten that it doesn't come from the world. We cannot extract happiness from the world. Only temporary pleasure at the most. We have to find a place in the world to express our inner joy, which is always there. Hello, dear Jason, and thank you for your quintet of fest bursts. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And dear Giuliano, thank you for your fest burst too. Om Kringalikaye Namaha. And thank you, dear Davis, for the heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. And I'm happy to hear that, dear Rebecca. Much love, dear Angel and Eric. Ennis, you asked, what was my cure? Lots of little things coming together. When we look at life in terms of some grandiose purpose, I think we can get lost. But if we just find even the smallest thing to be grateful for now, and to give ourselves unto fully this moment, if you're sipping water, or washing the dishes, or looking at a tree, or taking care of a child, whatever it can be, in this moment, there's something that can bring out the joy. Thank you, dear Jared, for your octet of roses. Om Brahmbhirvaya Namo Namaha. Hello, dear Chaos Cipher. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? And dear Usha. Usha Priyaji, thank you for your corgi and your heart me. Om Hring Namah Shivaya. Illis Philosophy, you're grateful that you have the ability to be grateful. Isn't that amazing? It's truly a miracle. You are doing well, dear Chaos Cipher. I'm very happy to hear that. Get over here. Trying to get my microphone a little closer. Hello, dear Marcy. You've brought a Sangha snack. And it's a little Debbie zebra cake and some soy milk. Oh, that sounds like a nice sweet treat. For a nice sweet treat that you are. And thank you, dear Eric, for another quintet. And an additional rose. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Hello, honey bunny. Hello, Max. I'm glad you liked my post yesterday, dear G to Infinity. It is one of my favorite videos that I've made. Dear Billy, you share that although antibiotics cure, it takes several doses, indeed. Yeah. Or really, it's just one big dose that's one and done, but our bodies can't process it all at once, so it has to be divided over the course of many days. It reminded me of Mortal Kombat. Come over here. Yeah. Is my tummy ache better? Asks Michelle. It did get better. Yeah, I don't really know what it was from. It was a good week of having a tummy ache, and then my tummy was like, all done. And can't complain. I'll take it. I like that, Josh. Life is just one big dose divided over the course of many days. Thank you, dear Greg RG. Hello, dear Ren Fox. Yes, Chidakasha. Space of consciousness is a great word. Hello, dear Marlin. My big sister in spirit. And dear Mariham, hello. Yeah, one of the things that really helped me when I was very depressed and anxious, it sounds kind of dumb, because it's by no means a clever solution, but I realized that I didn't want to be anxious or depressed anymore. And I mean that in a specific way that hopefully I can find the right words for. Of course, nobody who is anxious or depressed wants to be anxious or depressed. But still, we want to be engaged in our comfort zone and in our familiar habits. And unfortunately, sometimes our comfort zone can imprison us, and our familiar habits might not be so healthy. And so I guess what dawned on me while I was, practically in a ball on the floor in my room, barely a human being, or you could say very deeply a human being at the same time, was the realization that I did not want to live like this anymore, and I refused to live like that anymore. Whatever it took, even if it was uncomfortable, even if it was unfamiliar, that I could no longer live with such a negative mind, with such a fear-based mind. I didn't want to be afraid of things anymore. Thank you, dear Anna, for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. You can relate with that, dear Max. And thank you, Bilbo Baggins, for your garland headpiece and love from the divine and your follow. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. No feeling is final. That's right, Michelle. Hello, dear Laura O'Connor from Ireland. Nice to see you. Thank you. How are you? And thank you, Codeman, for your tiny yippee and your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Namaste, Zion Orion. Dear Josh, you had asked, how does one sit with deep loneliness? You can be surrounded by people and feel deep loneliness. Like when you don't have that connection. It's like people don't see you. They see your body. They see the clothes you wear, but they don't see you for what you are. You can be on the other side of the moon, far away from any other person, and yet not feel loneliness. You can be with people and feel lonely, and you can be by yourself and not feel lonely. So there's a difference between being alone and feeling lonely. I always think back to the time that I was a child and how I didn't actually have many friends growing up, but I never felt lonely because I was always playing with my action figures, always playing with my little stormtroopers or Lego minifigures, playing video games or listening to stories or just hanging out with the trees and the grass and the mushrooms and the plants and stuff. You still feel like you're with a presence. A greater presence that includes you, even if it doesn't include another human. When you drew the sun in the corner, I have to draw this. It would be a shame not to. Yeah, there we go. Everyone, this is what you'd always do. You draw the grass would always look like this. And and you draw a house, and the house was the classic A-frame. And you gotta have the windows that look like the plus sign, right? Just standard. It's the law as a child. And you always had to have the sun in the sky. And what did the sun have? Gotta have a smile on its face, right? A drawing would be woefully incomplete without a smile on its face. And rays, you're right, had to draw them also. And it's not so uncommon when you're trying to figure out all the other things that you could add to your drawing, that when you wanted to complete something, you'd always add a smile to it. The apple gets a smile. The house gets a smile. Clouds get a smile. The grass gets a smile, whatever. Right? Everything gets a face when you're drawing as a kid. Stick figure family. Oh, he's looking a little green. He's throwing up. Stick figure family. And they get a smile. When you're a child, it's no accident. No one taught you to do this. It's not like when you look up in the sky, you actually see smiles and everything. You did so because it was a feeling. You felt like everything was alive. And then unfortunately, when you get older, it becomes something that you're not supposed to do. Your teachers say that actually some things are alive and other things don't have that life in them, and that assuming that they do have life is actually a bias called anthropomorphizing, blah 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 blah. And what ends up happening is all that life gets sucked out of the world, and now as an adult you feel completely lonely in the same world which used to be alive. You're surrounded by all the same things that you felt had a presence to them. Your stuffed animals, your blankets, your door, your house, the sun, the trees, the fruit, etc. And now they're all basically dead because the other adults in our lives had killed them, basically. And now we're stuck with a bunch of people that feel like they're alone. They're lonely, I mean. But if you can really go deep within, find that child self that's still there, you're never going to feel lonely. You'll continue to feel the smile on everything's faces. That's funny-list philosophy. I would argue Leibniz is monoism. To the teacher who tries that, right? And then we ultimately come back to spirituality. And what does spirituality tell us? That everything is divine. That the source is within all things. Or that everything is a reflection of you. Really, we're just rediscovering what we already knew as children. Right? But you may feel deep loneliness, but is it really that deep? When there's still something deeper than that has always known that it was never truly alone. Marlon, you shared, to you everything still has life, or more like energy and vibrations. And I love to hear that, dear Marlon. That is a blessing. Thank you, Babblefishy, for your pair of finger hearts. There's one for you. Jai Satchitanandam. Dear Anna, thank you for your ice cream cone. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Dear Nicole, you ask, do I create art? Well, does this count as art? If so, yes. I love that, dear user 364. That which we pay attention to grows. And do you have the time and energy for everything? Not in this life, that's for sure. So what would you like to fill this life with? And bring your attention to those places. They will grow. Hello, dear Makish Gaming. Salut! I am doing well. Thank you. How are you? Dear Marlon, you share. You'll be honest. You have always questioned everything about everything and anything in life. Good. Just as you should. Yes. The child is always the one asking, why? 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 And you know the best part about that? Is that the child is happy to ask why. It's not that they're upset that they don't have the answer. It's not, why? 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 It's not that kind of questioning. The child blissfully, gleefully has no idea what's happening. And they love that. They're like, what the heck? What's this? Why? What's going on? And we can do that too. That's very wise, dear Illust Philosophy. The truths we feel are more real than the best analytic arguments. And that's why analytic philosophy will always chase its tail. Propositions on the path to God. We need to walk the path and feel its structure. Beautifully said. I like that. Dear Surfer Girl, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Som Somaya Namaha. Good evening, dear Kirsten. My evening is peaceful, and even more peaceful now that you're here. Dear Ruffle Ruffle, you share the background is so nice. I'm happy to hear that. I love that, dear G to Infinity. You've understood what it means to be an instrument of divine. Look at all that's been created already. Sadhu. Dear Surfer Girl, you ask, what does my family think about my lifestyle? And you think I am great. Well, thank you for that. You and my family, I'm very grateful to have such affirming family members. It really helps. Yeah. I know a lot of parents are really hard on their children for living life according to what they see is possible for them. But my parents always allowed me to just find what works for me. They've always said to me that they just want me to be happy and that they trust that I will be able to find what that is for me. And whatever that is, assuming it isn't at the sacrifice of someone else's happiness, And that makes them happy. That makes them feel like they've done a good job as parents. Which means that when I told them that I wanted to leave my university, they said, no problem. Yeah. And when I was struggling with my mental health and said, I think I need to move back into the family house, they said, yeah, of course. I know, we would love to have you here. You can stay as long as you need. Things like that really help me have the space to discover myself. And I would love to see more people have that privilege that I'm very blessed to have myself. And thank you, The Soul's Journey, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, dear Yana, for sharing the live. Dear Usha Priyaji, thank you for your love painting and fast burst. Jaya Prabhu Deep. Sky Garden, you're very good at finding synchronicities. Illust Philosophy, you shared that it's funny how much your conviction to find truth blinded you from feeling it, you suppose. I know exactly what you mean. I feel you. And yet, your blindness ultimately became too limiting. And so that too ultimately led you to let go of what you were trying to find. That is to say, even our own limitations help us come into contact with what we need to let go of in order to expand into a greater truth. I'm happy to hear that for you, dear surfer girl. Honey Bunny, you share you had to move back in with your parents when you were diagnosed with MS. And you're very grateful to have them. I'm very happy to hear that for you too. That you are being taken care of and have a place to live the best version of your life that you can have, given MS. Thank you, dear Jared, for your tiny yahoo! Dear Rosa and pair of finger hearts. Here's a finger heart for you. And dear Davis, thank you for your subscription. Never expected, but I look forward to having you here and continuing to serve you and learn from you in any way that I can. Om Aghorebhyo Tha Aghorebhyo Aghorebhyaha. I messed up that word. Aghora ghore dharebhyaha. There we go. Sarvadha sarva sarvebhyo namaste rudra rubhebhyaha. Hello, dear Dak. Salutations. I just gave the figure. I did. I gave a finger heart with my middle finger and my thumb. Yeah. Marlon, you share. Your mom still insists for you to go back to Catholicism, but she doesn't understand that you've been spiritual. She is where she is in her spiritual journey. And the things that she finds success in, I'm sure that naturally she finds that it to be a safe bet for her children too. But there are many ways to be spiritual, and Catholicism is one of many equally valid experiences of the same life that we're a part of. Dear Ruffle, you ask, for how long have I been saving out my hair? I like the way you say that. Saving out my hair. I'm saving it. In terms of the whole life that I've lived, not that long. A lot of my life I had medium hair. I've always had a lot of hair. But normally that hair would just be kind of up here, just everywhere. I've always wanted long hair, but I felt like in order to have it, I must acquire at least a little bit of understanding about the nature of the universe. I feel like that's the qualification for having long hair. It just wouldn't make sense to have long hair and not be able to entertain deep questions. You know, it seems like part of the deal. So for a long time I didn't feel like I was qualified. Only a few years ago I felt like I finally could be confident in my qualifications. You're trying to save yours, dear Kev, that's funny. When I was really young, I wanted long hair because I wanted to figure out what hair tasted like. And it didn't occur to me that I could just cut it and then taste that. So now that I'm old enough, I can finally tell you what hair tastes like. And the answer is not much. Doesn't really taste like anything. And my inner child is very disappointed. Yeah. It's a very funny use of emojis, Greg RG. Tastes like keratin. Surprisingly. Not anything like carrots. Thank you, Tamia, for the heart me that you had sent. Dear Marlon, you share that you've been hearing that the hair is our connection to the divine. Ah, hair is the connection to the divine. Our eyes are the connection to the divine. Our ears are the connection to the divine. Our hands are the connection to the divine. Our prayers are the connection to the divine. Our music is the connection to the divine. Our children are the connection to the divine. Mother Nature is our connection to the divine. The ocean is our connection to the divine. You know, everything connects us with the divine. Hair is one of those ways. Indeed. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Tastes like sand. Did you try? I wonder how many people tasted their hair when I tasted mine. Was it one of those moments where you just couldn't help but to try yourself? Yes. That's funny, Greg RG. The divine might just be trying to connect. Not sure though. Yeah. The divine is saying, you up? Through the blossoming of flowers, through the light from the sun, through the rain up above, through the smile of a child. In each of these forms, the divine is asking, you up? Dear Jaybird, you share you're struggling with loss and sadness tonight. Hope I can help. I hope I can too. And in any way that I can. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate your vulnerability. Yeah, the first step is always to reach out. Well, that's the second step, actually. The first step is to acknowledge that you could use some help. And sometimes that's a beautiful thing, because it allows others to come out of their shells too. When we are hurting in our bodies or our minds or both, that can signal to others to bring out the goodness in themselves in order to help, and that's a beautiful gift. Yeah. It's hard to show vulnerability, but we have a safe space to show that. I'm very happy you find that safety here, and I'm very grateful for the people here for helping make that possible. It is definitely a miracle, especially on TikTok, to have such a space like this. Yeah. Whenever we are feeling loss, I like to remind myself with the mantra, I am not that which comes and goes. I am not that which comes, which means that if we're feeling loss, either we haven't actually lost something, which is truly a part of ourself, or what we think we have lost is not a part of ourself. For example, if you've lost a loved one, we haven't actually lost the part of our loved one which we are, because they are a part of us and we are a part of them. That their existence would not be the same without us, and vice versa, which tells us something very profound. That what we're grieving over is just the physical. They are and always will be a part of our being. Indeed. It's just the delivery system for messages is very different now. And life is like that. We went from carrier pigeons to telegrams to radio. Now we have cell phones. There was email, text messages. There's always an evolution, and every time there's a new way of communication, it's always confusing at first. When telegrams were introduced, you had to learn Morse code. What is that? I want to say, I love you. What combination of dots and dashes is that? You get frustrated. Where's my good old trusty carrier pigeon? I can just write that down. Strap it to the ankle of this pigeon and throw it out the window. So easy. And when radio was invented, what do you mean I have to first find the frequency? How am I supposed to turn this damn knob? I don't get it. You're grieving over the loss of your handy dandy telegram. And every time a new generation of technology comes out, you grieve over the last generation that you were so familiar with. Likewise, what do you mean I can no longer speak to them face to face? What do you mean I can't hold them in my arms? Now I have to look in my heart and pray. You have to adjust to the new message delivery system. But let me tell you, it's more advanced than the previous one. You can communicate on levels that you couldn't before. It is certainly an upgrade. Let me tell you, you just have to get used to it. And that takes a while. And I don't think you ever fully get used to it. But you begin to take advantage of it more and more. Billy, you share your grandmother could never get the hang of answering machines when they came out. I believe that. Hello? Hi, this is... why are you talking over me? What is the beep? Hello? I can't hear you anymore. I think we were talking at the same time and then there was a beep. Are you still there? Oh. Thank you, dear Carrie, for the heart me that you had sent a moment ago. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Renvox, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! How did pigeons know where to go? Asked G to Infinity. A great question. Yeah. Sounds like a question to ask a character in Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail. Cryptic Canuck, thank you for the heart me you had sent too. Hare Krishna. So when are we going to India? You haven't been there in literal months. What is new? I'll have to let you know. I can tell you my heart is still there. Been there for a while now. Body is still catching up. Loopy Lane, you very reasonably ask, is it an upgrade? So many folks text in preference to phone call or, God forbid, face-to-face. There are many pros and cons with any switch of the system, but there are certainly ways for us to focus on the pros rather than be so burdened by the cons. I know Monty Python XG to Infinity. Of course. If I didn't, it would be a crime. I think they'd lock me up. Way before my time. And you know what's even way before my time? Most of the things that I talk about here. Wait till I tell you how old the language of Sanskrit is. Dear Illust Philosophy, you ask, what truth hid from me today? Well, how am I supposed to know? It's still hiding. Yeah. It's like that old joke. Did you see that clown that hides from dumb people? No? Oh. Fascinating. Why is the camera shaking? Asked Sky Guardian. Oh, is it? It's shaking every time I put my feet against the... whatchamacallit, the coffee table. Sorry about that. I'm just so excited I'm wagging my feet back and forth. Here's a better version of that joke. Did you see that clown that hides from beautiful people? Oh, you have? Oh, okay. You like that better? I like making positive versions of everything. You know the game that when you remember, you lose it? Sorry, by the way. Well, what if we started playing a different game where you win the game every time you remember that you're playing it? Every time you remember you're playing the game, you go, oh, yes, I just won. I just won the game. I just won the game. Instead of saying, oh, I just lost the game. I just won the game. Actually, that's spirituality in a nutshell. As long as you remember you're playing the game, you're winning it. As long as you are living consciously. Dear Billy, you ask, have I ever seen the Monty Python skit about argument versus contradiction? Probably, but you'd have to remind me how that goes. Dear Cryptic, you ask, am I going to see Wicked? I hadn't planned on it. Is that a Disney thing? I don't know. Is it a scary movie? I don't usually watch scary movies. I had gone into town the other day to watch a movie, but all they were playing was scary movies, so I decided not to. Hello again, dear Chloe. I'm happy to hear that you love Monty Python, dear Billy. I have a question of the day for everyone. I always forget about it. It's a longer one. Today I'm wondering... Oh, I already misspelled the first word. When someone has a headache, what else can we do besides asking, have you drank water recently? That's a joke that's been going around for a while, hasn't it? Boyfriends, when their girlfriend has a headache, have you drank any water recently? Alright. If we're not supposed to do that, what else can we do instead? That's my question of the day. Have you had a hug recently? I love that, dear Marcy. And speaking of water... offer them an Advil, shares Cryptic Canuck, or ibuprofen. Use the unbranded version. Hello, dear Lori Bordeaux. Massage the temples. I love that, dear Kev. Yeah. Hugging releases endorphins. I believe that. Thank you for sharing, dear Marcy. Have you eaten recently? Yeah. That's a good question too. Dear G to Infinity, you ask, am I low-key annoyed by your water queries? No. Don't worry, I think it's very endearing. Ask, have you been taking screen breaks? Yeah. That's important. Shares user 224. Have you thought of doing yoga? That's a good question as well, dear Chloe. Yes, painkiller, shares loving guidance, or amethyst, or nature. Dear Find, you share concentrate on the headache to release. I see how that can help. Whoops, your cat's not in your keyboard, dear Rhiannon. Well, your cat is adorable because your cat has written, "Hi, K, hi, LOL." And then smiley face, winky face. So, back to your cat, I say. Dear user 224, you sure ask if they've stretched too. Their neck especially, but even eye exercises for computer strain. That's some great advice. Lori Burdo, you share we can offer them a cool compression and comfy places to rest. I like that. Billy, you share take their temperature. Aw, that's very nice. Dear Usha Priyat, you shared, tell them that you are sending them love, warmth, and hugs, and that everything is safe. And lend them a virtual cat. I like that. My headache certainly feels better whenever I see a picture of a cat. Dear Greg RG, you share, perhaps they could use a walk or fresh air or an enjoyable distraction of some sort. I like those ideas too. Hello again, dear Julio. Cold compress works great, shares Cav. And user 224, you love the cooling pads you got for headaches. They're the only thing that helped your COVID headache. Oh, I'm happy to hear they worked so much for you. Dear Danger Dandelion, you share, you think it depends on where the headache is positioned. This is true, there are many kinds of different headaches, so I've heard. And they can be treated very differently. It can be helpful to ask, perhaps, where do you feel your headache? And is it a kind of throbbing headache, or a dull pain, or sharp pain? Is it behind your eyes, or in a band around the head? Dear Ruffle, you share that you heard filling the bottom of a glass with cayenne pepper and squeeze half a lemon in a cloud help, but you don't know. Interesting. Sounds like a nice herbal remedy. Exit Velo, you share a spoonful of peanut butter. Very interesting. I've never heard of that before. Wouldn't recommend it for someone who's anaphylactic. But peanut butter has lots of good stuff in it. Sky Guardian, you share, send them a Yamsox live. It might make it worse or cure it, but it's a 50% chance. Yes, it's a quantum headache. I might make your headache worse or better, or worse and better at the same time, depending on how the wave function collapses. Dear Chloe, you share you're having trouble sleeping, even though you meditated earlier. That's okay. I hope you find some relaxation here. Loopy Lane, you share, you get bugged when folks say, I have a migraine, as when you have a migraine, you can't stand up. Yeah, I know they can be really intense. Migraine is a technical term, but they do come in many different kinds. When I would get migraines, they actually wouldn't hurt at all, but my vision would completely go. And that's called an optical migraine. And I would literally go blind in some areas, and it would look like fireworks going off in others. But the headache actually wouldn't come until after that went away. Dear G to Infinity, you would ask if they know what causes the headaches. You would get a lot of migraines, doctors would ask. It can be really helpful to be familiar with the causes of them. Dear Chris, you share, lay in a quiet, safe space and meditate or nap, even if it's just for 5 minutes. Yeah, that can really helpful. Hello, dear Astrid. Crossfires, you share 1 shot of lemon juice, 1 shot of whiskey, and black tea hot. It's called a hot toddy. Well, that certainly may make the pain go away. And if you drink too much of it, it may introduce another kind of headache later. A quirky headache. That's funny, Kev. Hello, you share, you chanted the Lotus Sutra. Oh, how beautiful. Alright, Billy is quoting the Monty Python skit. That's not an argument. It's a contradiction. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Dear Mariham, you share you can put your elbow in cold water for headache. Wow. I've never tried that. I'll have to try it. Just don't do it while you're sleeping, or you'll wet the bed. Dear G to Infinity, you share that yours would cause intense nosebleeds. Capillaries would burst because of intense environmental pressure. Ah, my friends used to call that an anime nosebleed. When you were so stressed that your nose would just bleed. So the next time that happens, you can just think of yourself as an anime character. Definitely a protagonist thing to do. Main character energy. I give you anime nosebleeds, dear Kristen. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Dear Anna, you share pulling the hair by the scalp helps too. Gently, of course. Throwing up helps too. Cold shower. I hate to say it, but you really do feel a lot better after you throw up. Of course, there's the humility of it, and there's the acid reflux. But there's a reason our bodies can do it. When there's something inside that ain't helpful being there. Guy Guardian, you shared that anime nosebleeds is when the character likes someone, not headaches. Okay, thank you. Have to fact check that with the with our weeaboo of the Sangha. I trust you. Cryptic Canuck, you share false. You're pregnant and you feel awful all of the time, even after throwing up. Yeah, when you're pregnant, nothing works. You just kind of have to exist uncomfortably. As a human being is forged within your womb. It's a powerful process. Okay, everyone. 3, 2, 1. Throw up. We'll all feel better. No. We should open a medical center, shares Kev. I think that would be a terrible idea. You know the joke of two people in a hospital? First one asks the second, "Why are you here?" The second person says, "I'm here because I didn't follow anyone's advice." Why are you here? First person says, "Oh, interesting, because I'm here after following everybody's advice." If we made a medical clinic, we'd have a lot of overlapping advice. That's for sure. Dear Laura I Ching, hello, I haven't seen you in a while, dear. Water works though. Water is very important. Indeed. Dear Sarini, you ask, how old am I? Well, I haven't checked exactly, but I believe some of the atoms in my body are probably hundreds of millions of years old. Some maybe have come from nucleosynthesis at the Big Bang 13.7 billion years ago. The DNA in me has come from my mother and my father and their parents before them. That's also on the order of billions of years old. A lot of my behavior comes from customs that are maybe thousands of years old. A lot of the knowledge that I've learned is hundreds of years old, you know. So what part would you like the age of? There's a different number for each part. When this body came out of my mother's womb, that was 23 years ago. You want my birth certificate? Well, I don't think I can give you my birth certificate. And you want my social insurance number? And the silly numbers on the back of my credit card? I don't actually have a credit card. I don't get it. Why pretend to have money that you don't? I can't be trusted. I wouldn't trust myself with that. Dear Maker's Gaming, you share that you're not too good at drinking water. Yeah, I haven't been either. I've been conditioned to only like sweet drinks, which probably isn't the best, but I'm learning. Pure dihydrogen monoxide here. Electrolytes are important too, dear Crossfires. Dear Daniel, you share that when you have a headache, you just put your head underwater for at least 15 minutes. Wow, you can really hold your breath. Now, dear TT, you ask for insight on personal choices. Well, know that your personal choices don't actually define you. It's not the choice you make, it's how you make them. If you are determined, you can make any choice right. It's not about making the right choice, but making your choices right. In other words, trust yourself that whatever you decide to do, you will be able to make something of it. Your happiness isn't a puzzle to solve. I think perhaps a diagram would make this kind of joke observation that I'm about to share a little more funny. Allow me to put it on screen. Your eyes, Anna. Oh, I'm sorry for the bright white rectangle. I think a lot of people go through life, and every time they're faced with a choice, they see it as going down the tree of timelines. And so many people are so concerned with finding the right set of choices that'll lead to happiness. Like maybe happiness is found just at the end of only this one path that takes you down here. And so every time you're met with a decision, whether you want to do this or that, you're just so scared. You go, oh! That's the face you make. Which one is the right one? But all of this binary thinking makes us sad. And then we're never actually happy because we're always so terrified that we're making the right decisions. What if I told you that happiness wasn't all the way down here at the end of your infinite chain of decisions, but up here? It's from where you've come. Happiness is the source of all your decisions. And whatever path you take, as long as you're keeping in mind where you've come from, it doesn't matter. You'll be able to take that happiness with you in any decision. And life is often not so black and white, that if you end up discovering that one choice doesn't work for you, oftentimes you can climb back up the ladder of choices and make a different one, or learn from your mistake, or whatever it may be. So when it comes to choices, don't worry so much about this or that, but what do you make of this moment, where you find yourself now? That happiness that you're after is not locked away behind one choice and not another, but only locked behind our inability to make the most out of what we have here and now. Now, dear Cryptic Canuck, you would like me to draw a cat? A black one? Well, I've already colored in the background black, so... Let's see if I can draw a cat any better than those Renaissance painters that seem to have never seen a cat in their entire life. Got these big ears, little tufts coming out of them. All cats got that beautiful W on their head. And their little nose, their mouth, little chin. And they're standing next to the food bowl like... come on. I've never eaten in my whole life. Where's the food? No, you definitely did not feed me 5 minutes ago. And an hour before that, I have never eaten. I don't even know what food is. Hello, dear Lex. Hello, dear Don Suela. Thank you, dear Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Swami Vivekananda. Dear Laura, you ask, do I have a headache? No, I'm very blessed not to have a headache. But my heart goes out to everyone who does have a headache. Your answer to the question of the day, dear Lex, is give a massage. I like that. Yeah, that can be really helpful. Nume, you ask, do I go to the gym? Do I look like I go to the gym? Don't answer that. Because the answer is no. Well, thank you for your appreciation of my cat drawing, dear Donsuela. Certainly could use some practice. You were having a headache today, dear Laura. You slept. That works for some form of headaches. Oh yeah. Making sure you get rest. Okay, see you soon, dear Lex. Rossfires, you share. You've been trying to convince me to do jujitsu. Well, it hasn't been very successful. Dear Cryptic, you share. Nothing worse than going to sleep with a headache and waking up with a headache. Oh, yeah. When you put faith in your sleep, hopefully I'll feel better tomorrow. And then you wake up and you don't feel better tomorrow. Mashallah. Dear Nume, you share. You usually have a headache when you're too stressed. That's a good observation. Yeah. Dear Jules, thank you. I know how to brighten your mind so quick. Yeah, stick a flashlight up your nose. Thank you. Hello, the Blue Lotus Bus. Dear Finley and Oren are watching with you. Oh, well, I'll make sure to be on my best behavior then. Wouldn't want to be a bad influence. Yeah. Fun fact. If you sneak candy under your pillow, your mom's probably not going to check. But now that I've said that, you might have to find another spot instead. If you want to eat candy in the middle of the night. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Magdalene. Thank you for the follow, dear Dawn. They loved that? Oh, good. Dear Billy, you share. You think you've reached your max for headache talk. You're going to start getting one. Power of suggestion. Yes, I've just kind of had it up there. We're welcome to explore other ideas, but if anyone does have any thoughts on headaches, you're always welcome to share your insight on it. Dear Ursula, you share. Headache? Would you like a hug or massage? Here is a glass of water. I like that. The Free Bumblebee, you share electrolyte water, magnesium supplements, and a good back of the head / neck rub. I like those answers. Yeah. Dear Donsuela, your answer to the question of the day is ask if they've eaten, and if not, offer some food. Very sweet. Thank you for liking the live, dear Donsuela. Miyakoda, you share peppermint, lavender, and red rose tea. Yeah. Teas. Oh, where would we be without tea? One letter short in the alphabet. Oh, thank you, dear Oren. If I pronounce your name right. happy that you like my videos. It's a beautiful name. I like that name. Rianan, you sure? We're all so equipped to handle headaches now, right? Now here's the challenge, the next challenge. Can you remember an answer that someone else sent that stuck out to you? Stuck with you? Without scrolling back up? Now what does that stand for? Last username of all time? Peanut butter reflection. I think it is time that we reflect on our peanut butter usage. What is the correct ratio between peanut butter and jam? Is it 1 to 1? Is it 2 to 1? Is it 1 to 2? It's time for some peanut butter reflection. The medication, if your neurologist prescribes it, shares Usha Priyaji. Yeah, give a hug, shares G2 Infinity. Electrolyte, shares Billy. And I am pronouncing Oren's name right. Good to know. Ursula, you share you have an ice pack that surrounds the head in a squeeze for migraines. Oh, I like that. Thank you, dear Gracie, for gracing me with a heart me and tiny. Yahoo! Gracie, you're right. You have Adams and Kraft peanut butter. You need to reflect on which you like more. Yeah. Do we prefer the chunky peanut butter or the nice smooth, silky smooth peanut butter? Do we like our peanut butter that kind of has that separation going on with the oils and fats? User 224, you have never tried the peanut butter and jam thing. Is it really nice? Anyone? Never tried a peanut butter and jam sandwich? Are you even living? Finley says, bro, headaches are the worst. I know, right? Yeah. Imagine life without headaches. We'd have flying cars by now. Probably because if you're going to come up with how to make a flying car, you're going to give yourself a headache. For one. What does it end up tasting like? Asks user 224. Well, you gotta try it yourself. Unless you are allergic, of course. Yeah. How doth one even begin to describe the utter brilliance of the nodes of flavor that come in tandem when one begets a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? This is an experience that you will have to have firsthand. No cap. You don't like peanut butter? Asks Saris Nume. That's okay. There's plenty of different kinds of nut butter. Which is fun to say. What about almond butter? Dear Anna, you share. You can put some cold cotton inside your mouth near the wisdom tooth. It worked for you once. Dear Gracie, you have been really into peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Oh yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite sandwiches. I gotta draw it for you. So you got a good visual on this. If you like peanut butter, so what you do is you get a piece of bread. toast it. Make it nice and toasty. And you're going to want to spread that peanut butter on top of it, of course. Let me write you a little list. Toast. Add the peanut butter. Then what you're going to do is you're going to get a banana. And then you're going to add banana slices to the toast. Bam. I didn't mean to write bam, but whatever. Get that on there. Bam. And then you drizzle that honey on there. Yeah. Drizzle honey. Toast, peanut butter, banana, honey. That's the good stuff right there. Peanut butter, banana, honey. This has been another episode of Yam's Cooking Chronicles. You want one now, Gracie? Well, maybe Kev is right. I could do commercials. Cinnamon. Oh, that's a great addition, dear Ursula. Yeah, we have to put cinnamon on there. This diagram would be incomplete. I've never tried that, but you're correct. I just know you are. Yeah. Gotta add that spice. How do you spell it? Cinnamina. Whatever, you know. Spice. Cinnamon. User 224, you share, I am both fun and chill in equal measurements. Or equal measures. It's amazing. I'm happy to hear that. I can sleep easily tonight, knowing that my ratio of fun to chill is proportional. The universe is in balance. Dear Nume, you ask, how tall am I? I know exactly how tall I was. I think I'm growing, actually. Came up the stairs not so long ago. I can't remember who it was. Someone who hadn't seen me in not a long while, but a decent while. They're like, how'd you get so tall? But anyway. The last time I measured, which was like a few years ago now, I was the funny number. I was exactly 69 inches. Nice. And since 60 is 5 feet, 5'9". Don't worry, I'll shrink again. Yes. Unless I do yoga. You're only as old as your spine, they say. If you're 20 and you have back issues, you're practically a goner. But if you're 120 years old but still flexible than ever, you could be here for another 120. Maybe I can show you. I have to show you of this. There's a 120-something-year-old yogi that still stands on his head every day and does all the yogic structures. I think his name was Swami Sivananda. 128 years old he was at the time of recording, and he's still alive. I gotta show you this. Quite incredible. And I'm hoping they show him doing his yoga. And he's fully healthy. I watched the interview. They say the only thing that he's struggling with health-wise is that His hearing is not so great anymore. But yeah, still super healthy. Standing on his head. YouTube Premium? Never. Yeah, this is the interview. And hopefully, did I make sure to turn up the quality? 144p! No, give me more pixels than that. If I remember correctly, at the end of this, they ask him to do some of his asanas. Right? Yeah. There he is. Practically standing on his head. Probably more flexible than all of you. You got no excuse. But that includes me as well. I'm nowhere near as flexible or probably healthy as this 128-year-old. It's said in the yogic scriptures, even thousands of years ago, when in Europe people were only living to 30 years old, 40, that in ancient India the life expectancy was 120 years old. You can find it in the yogic scriptures that if you take the least common multiple of the astrological cycles, they give you an age of 120 years. And if you live according to astrological injunctions, like this handsome gentleman certainly has, you can live 120 and clearly even past that. And he's perfectly happy. Swami Sivananda. Thought you'd find that interesting. Love the maniac bitch. You sure that was the limit set by the creator in the Tower of Babel? No, I've never heard that. That sounds very interesting. And thank you for your heart, me too. He makes your heart smile, shares Magdalene. He makes my heart smile too, indeed. Gracie, you can barely get up off the floor if you sit down, right? Yeah, we really got no excuse. Yeah. Billy, you share it's common for observant Jews to say, may you live to 120 or more on birthdays. I love that. It seems to be a special, sacred number. I like that, dear G to infinity. Awakened thoughts keep a mind healthy. It's beautiful. See, inversions are the best exercise for staying young. We should all be upside down. I think child doctors are telling us. I can't remember the term for it, but there's a term for young. We should all be upside down. I think child doctors are telling us. I can't remember the term for it, but there's a term for... If my connection has returned, please let me know, so that I may suitably connect with you. It's fixed. Okay, thank you for letting me know, dear Gracie. Hello, Rana Abu Ahmed. Things are well. Thank you for asking. Kev, you share that if William Shatner can make an album, so can you. William Shatner made an album? recently. Wow. That is the last person I'd expect to release an album. You know, he scared me the other day. Not him personally, but I was walking with my family downtown, and there's this business that has this life-size cutout of him in the window, and he's giving his thumbs up in support of, I think it is this fitness center. And it's just so random seeing William Shatner in this random Canadian business window. Like, come work out here. It's like, what? You'll get an exercise so good that you'll be traveling the stars, space, the final frontier. Leonard Nimoy did too. Oh, before he passed away. I do remember you, dear Rana. And dear, from Orion, take some headache medicine for a headache. Perfect answer. Yes, I concur. You're going to message me later. Okay, I look forward to reading it, dear Marlon. Thank you for letting me know. Greg RG, you ask, how long should we be upside down a day? Well, the Australians do it 24 hours, so, you know, you can go from there, from your comfort zone. Now, probably a few minutes. You can start small. You probably won't be able to balance for more than a few seconds initially. So as long as you can go, first of all, and afterwards, good few minutes. But if you ever feel like you're getting too lightheaded or you're going to pass out, then stop, of course. And are we sideways, asked Gracie? Yeah, if you're looking at the world with its axis up, people who are closer to the equator are sideways. But the truth is, there is no up, because up just means outward from the center of the earth. If you're on the North Pole, the South Pole, on the equator, if you're in America or Australia, up just means away from the earth. And away from the earth might be a different angle for you than another person. But when you're in space, there is no up. You know, because what would you be basing it off of? There's no ground below, to the left, to the right, above, forward, backward, it's all the same. And it's a subtle observation, but it's actually a really important observation for physics. That observation is the reason of conservation of angular momentum. One of my favorite facts in physics, coming from a beautiful mathematician named Emmy Noether. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. I think it's Noether. She was able to prove that every time you observe a symmetry of the universe, you have simultaneously discovered a law of physics, which is a profound idea. So, the observation that the universe works the same, whether you're sideways or upside down, or you tilt it this way or that, that the angle which is up for you, not making a difference, is what implies that angular momentum must be conserved. Similarly, because the universe works the same whether you had it to the left or to the right, it's not like we're in a particularly important place in the universe, left or right, or forward or backwards. There's translational symmetry to the laws of physics, and that is why there is regular conservation of momentum. And other more fancy symmetries of physics give rise to other laws. Time symmetry gives rise to the conservation of energy, and symmetries in the phase of the quantum wave give rise to the electromagnetic force. The modern physics is really the search of symmetries. And every time you discover a new symmetry, you discover a new law of physics. Okay, here's your headache, dear Kev. Sorry about that. Dear Brennan, you ask, what is the best mantra for the Manipura? For the Manipura, the mantra would be the seed, the bija for the Manipura, which is Ram. All the chakras have their own bija. The bija for the Manipura is Ram. But you really have to understand what the phonetics of that sound is, because it's different from saying Ram. Correct pronunciation gives the best effect. Can you see my screen? Not yet. Now you can. Yes, in Sanskrit, you'll notice that at the center of the art for the Manipura chakra is a symbol that looks like this. This can be transliterated into the international alphabet of Sanskrit, transliteration, as the Latin letter R, A, and then M with an under dot. But there's a couple things to know about these sounds. First of all, the way we say the letter R in English is different than in most places in the world, actually. There's kind of two ways of pronouncing R. I think some people call one way the crispy R, and the other way the soft R or something like that. So the first way to pronounce the letter R is to curl your tongue back. This is your tongue. And you aspirate as much as you can, and you let that high airflow make it a bit of a trill. That's not the way we pronounce it in English, but it is in Spanish, for example, if you wanted to say perro for dog. The second way, which is what most people do in English, is they actually just bridge their tongue up to kind of the same spot in the mouth. It's like we're pretending to do the letter R because it's too hard, and so we simulate it by bringing the arch of our tongue to a similar place. R. Because we lazy. And the way to do it in Sanskrit is the first way. And so the secret is to understand that your tongue is curled back. That's called retroflex. And you want to aspirate, like you're breathing out really hard while using your voice. And just make a vowel sound. Imagine that it's a vowel rather than a consonant. And eventually you'll figure it out. Finally, that M with a dot under it is actually what this dot is over top. Sanskrit does have a letter M that doesn't go over top. So this is something different. This is called the Anuswara, which means the before sound. And that's actually a very deep meaning. The sound of existence is said to have come from the Anuswara. Existence is said to have come from the Anuswara, the before sound. Sounds a little bit like a sitar. What you do, if I can draw another tongue. Here we have our tongue, our teeth, and our lips. We have a nasal cavity that goes above here. This is my nose. If you can close the airflow by bringing your tongue back to touch the velar region of your mouth, restricting the airflow, like at the end of ing, and you let the air vibrate purely in your nasal cavity, that's the Anuswara. So imagine bringing the main place of resonance into your nasal cavity. And that's how you pronounce that M with a dot under it, the Anuswara. Altogether, when you have the retroflex, rolled R, and the nasalized sound, then with the Manipura, the solar plexus chakra, the mantra is Ram, which is going to have a much more powerful effect than just saying Ram, Ram, Ram. If you were to just read it in English. Ram. And meditating on the Manipura chakra in this way is really good for digestion. And in Ayurveda, it's said that our digestion is linked to our eyesight. So if you struggle with having poor eyesight, you also probably struggle with something in your tummy. Correlation between our tummy and our eyesight is found in the Manipura chakra. Dear Marlon, you had asked, what do I think about the idea that there's actually no heaven or hell, there are thought? Even if they're just a thought, that doesn't mean they don't exist, because thoughts absolutely exist. My goodness. In fact, they're practically the only thing that exists. So much of our life is based on our thoughts, unnecessarily. But thoughts can shape the world, absolutely. And yes, in my belief, heaven is not an afterlife, but a present life. Hell is not an afterlife, but a present life. Whether you make this eternal moment into a hell or a heaven for yourself is dependent on your actions. And it's entirely possible that we've just made a hell out of heaven. You can imagine. Suppose you go to heaven. And suppose you make a mess out of heaven. Is God going to clean heaven up for you? No way, Jose. You have had the blessing of coming to heaven. You have made a mess out of heaven. You have to clean up the mess yourself. So, this planet Earth is our heaven. We humans have made a hell out of heaven. It's our responsibility to clean up that mess. Isn't it so? If you're invited to live in this wonderful place, but you don't respect that wonderful place, is the landlord going to come and clean it up for you so that you can live wonderfully again? That would be irresponsible. So the responsible thing for us to do is make this place into a heaven. Thank you, dear Jarrett, for your octet of ice cream cones. Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. And I like how you see that connection through art, dear Jumbo Sparkles. Dear user 224, you share that they theorized that one factor that influences phonetics is climate. And I think the middle comment didn't come through, but the last one said that they think it's just another way to conserve energy in colder climates. How interesting. Yeah, well, in colder climates, I'm much better at saying brrr. Am I real? Asks Finley. That's very cute. Am I real? Well, as far as you know, I'm just a little guy on your screen. But that doesn't mean the kinds of connections that we can make are any less real, or the kinds of understanding that we can share from one part of the world to another. You know, what does it mean for something to be real? What does it mean for something to not be real? Those are hard questions. That is for sure. User 224, you share in some languages are spoken more loudly, mainly the ones from hotter regions. Is that true? I wonder why that could be. Yes, tell this to my family, shares Anna. So does that mean when you want someone to quiet down, we want them to cool off, cool down? Hey, chill, cool, be cool. Or when someone is yelling, we say they're being hot-headed. Or when people start to raise their voice, the argument is getting heated. I don't know. Cold compresses, back to headaches. We've come full circle. User 224, you share to conserve some energy by speaking lower in a cold place like Ireland and England. I see. So it's more so that the cold inspires us to think of ways to conserve energy rather than the heat bringing out our loudness. Thank you, the Blue Lotus Bus. There's definitely a link there. Heat makes people more emotional, angry. Oh, that's for sure. Good morning, dear Heather. Hello, dear Heidi. Happy Thanksgiving. We celebrate it at a different time of the year than Americans, but nonetheless, it's always a good day when we remind ourselves of the things we're grateful for. And we can be thankful, and we can be giving 365 days a year. Yeah, Canadians also have a holiday called Thanksgiving. It's a little bit of a coincidence, but it's in a similar time of the year, and it's also a time where we're thankful for a lot of things. We don't have a history of thinking about the pilgrims or things like that. But a lot of the customs are shared, like having family dinners, and unfortunately, poor birds, but a lot of birds are eaten on that day. It's the second weekend of October, shares G to Infinity. So we kind of just had it a little over a month ago. User 224, you share you love Yule. Yuletide. Anyone here celebrate Yule? Well, we all kind of do if you celebrate Christmas, since many of the Christmas traditions are secretly Yuletide traditions. Christmas is one hell of a modge podge of many different traditions. And don't tell the Christians. But so much of Christmas is pagan. But it's wonderful when we celebrate each other's religious traditions. Dear Kev, you share you had tacos and you were thankful. It did land on a Taco Tuesday, didn't it? Or did it? I don't know. Dear Marlon, you share, if someone doesn't want to admit that they have a problem with an addiction, how else can one help that person? It very much depends on how their addiction is affecting you. If they are unable to acknowledge it and it's affecting you, then there really isn't much more you can do, because that is the first and necessary step to help someone, is to come to a shared understanding of the problem that they're going through. But if their addiction is not actively taking away from your ability to live a happy life, then you can continue to offer space for them to learn and grow and be loved. And when they are ready to face the facts, then it'll be much easier to do so in such a caring environment rather than a non-judgmental environment. But that doesn't mean we ignore it in the meantime. There's a way of pointing out an addiction without judging it, because no one chooses to be addicted, that's for sure. And the stigmatization of addiction makes the addiction even harder. Best thing we can do is be direct and assertive while maintaining a loving environment. And it's up to them to take the next step after that. Dear Carmine, or you can tell me if I can pronounce your name better. As a Christian, you are aware most of the pagan background of Christmas, and it's no problem, because it's still a beautiful time and very meaningful. I think it's wonderful that there is such an overlap of tradition. No need to be who was it? Ned Flanders from The Simpsons that said, Santa is an anagram of Satan. Good time. Bonsoir, dear Karen. That's funny, Thomas. God willing, we'll Christianize Toyotathon too. You were asking because of a young friend, dear Marlon, where it's very lovely that you have such empathy for a young friend. When they are ready to address the fact that they're addicted to something that's unhealthy, then the best thing you can do for them is ensure that there is support for them when they are ready. If not, the pressure is not going to help, unfortunately. The Blue Lotus bus. Finley likes my cowboy shirt. It is a kind of a cowboy shirt, isn't it? And you know what? This town is big enough for the two of us. Some towns, bless them, ain't big enough for the two of us. But this town has enough room to accommodate each of us, partner. Dear Sherlock, some more utensil questions. Chopsticks or ladles? Well, I wouldn't recommend eating soup with chopsticks, and I wouldn't recommend eating sushi with a ladle. Dear user 224, you share for a while in Ireland there was a fusion between Christianity and paganism. That is a beautiful piece of history. Yeah, the Irish have some wonderful folklore. I'm happy to make you laugh, dear Marlon. The world deserves to hear your beautiful voice. You don't like raw fish, shares Kev. They don't like you either. You'll have to get back to me after you try that. Yeah. Be one of those TikTok challenges. I ate an entire bowl of soup just with chopsticks. It took 5 hours, and here's what I learned. World needs a laugh. Yeah, I like that. Reminds me of a poster that I saw in my classroom growing up. Always loved those teachers that put inspirational or informative posters on the walls. I know that comes out of their own personal bank account. There was a picture of kids all holding hands all around the world, and it said, we all laugh in the same language. And I liked that. That kind of blew my grade 1 mind, my first grade mind. Wow. Yeah. That even if you speak a different language than me, when you're laughing, I know you're laughing. No language barrier there. But now it's a little different. Now that there's text, people from all sorts of places, they transliterate or transcribe their laughter differently. I know that Anna from Brazil likes to mash her keyboard, or likes to put the letter K. K. I know that somewhere, I think a number is used in Indonesia, or somewhere around there. I think it's like 5, because the number 5 sounds like ha in the whatever language, I forget. So it's a little more difficult We all text laugh in different languages now. User 224, you shared the Irish will refuse to build a road, delaying infrastructure 4 decades to protect fairy rings. I love that. Yeah, I respect it. Billy, you share you can eat soup with chopsticks. Use them for the meat and veg, then put mouth on the bowl, tilt and slurp. I would argue that the bulk of the soup is being drank in with your mouth. You know, you've taken things out of the soup that can exist on their own, not as soup. But as far as the soup is still concerned, you haven't drank in any of it with the chopsticks, or maybe just a drop. Dear Foxy, you wonder, where in Canada am I from? I was born in Calgary, Alberta, which is like the rodeo part of Canada. People are wearing their 10-gallon hats, riding on horses, have the so-called Calgary Stampede every year. And then my parents went to vacation every year or so on the west coast, on Vancouver Island. And then we decided, what the heck, why don't we just move there? And now I feel like I'm always on vacation. When you move to your vacation spot, that is a blessing. Because now you live in a place that you've associated with vacation. Good night, dear Finley. Thank you for your question, dear Foxy. Where are you from? You miss Vancouver, dear Phoenix. The LA of Canada. You're from Ohio, USA. Does that place really exist? No, I'm just kidding. I know there are lots of memes about only in Ohio the last few years. I like your state name because just saying your state name is like saying hello. Ohio. Dear G2 Infinity, you were looking at a map of Vancouver earlier today to see the Capilano Bridge. Ah, yes. That's a big bridge. I think I saw a video the other day of this road that crosses under that bridge. They've introduced this crosswalk that has a basket of bricks on either side. They're actually foam bricks. They are not real bricks. But because that road had a lot of people that were hit, unfortunately, due to reckless driving, that the latest initiative to slow drivers down is for people to carry a brick in their hands as they walk across the street. Because if you're a driver and you see someone on the road with a brick in their hand, you're probably going to slow down. You know, you could hit them, but hey, that would definitely smash your windshield, and that would be very expensive. In British Columbia, the province of Vancouver, it's illegal to drive with a cracked windshield. So yeah. Bricks save lives. The Foam Brick Chronicles. I'm happy that you're chronicling some of the things we share here, dear Kev. Dear JQN, hello. You ask, what do I think about the mycelium robots? I'm sure that Terence McKenna would probably say that we are the mycelium robots. Fungi established their dominion over the earth billions of years ago. Many people believe that it's not the animal kingdom which is the most advanced life form, but the fungi, which is indeed the correct pronunciation of fungi, because it comes from the word sponge, and you don't say sponga, you say sponge, so it's fungi. But then you can't make that pun. I'm a bit of a fungi myself, anyway. Fungi are some of the most advanced organisms on the planet. Some people believe that fungi are responsible for the greater evolution of the other kingdoms, and that they orchestrated the rise of human evolution over billions of years. And that's a conspiracy, but it is quite a remarkable fact that fungi are very, very, very advanced. That is for sure. And anyone who studies them will agree. Fungi are the only known kingdom that contains every possible method of reproduction. There's sexual reproduction, asexual reproduction, there's horizontal gene transfer, there's cloning, and all that jazz. Dear JQN, you shared makes sense because we have fungi inside us. Really? I mean, I know about the bacteria. We got fungi. Is there you can get a yeast infection. You don't want that. You can get warts. You don't want that either. Now we're in the fungi chronicle. Funny, Gav. Thank you, dear John Simon, for your quartet of roses and heart me and pair of team bracelets. You love mushrooms, shares Heidi. I love that you love mushrooms. And thank you for the follow, Bennett. The fungus can lie on the scalp. That is true. One of the biggest sources of dandruff. Thank you for the follow too, dear Mark. I have to know, what is the fungi that lives inside us? Oh, Internet, archive of all human knowledge, bestow upon me this. What fungi lives inside us? Candida albicans, a yeast that's common part of the gut microbiome found in the oral cavity and the genital tracts of up to 80% of healthy people. It's usually harmless, but can cause disease in people who are immunocompromised or taking antibiotics for a long time. Aspergillus or Aspergillus, I can pronounce these letters better, I'm sure, found in the lungs of healthy people. There's Saccharomyces or Saccharomyces boulardii, a potentially beneficial species. And there's the dermatophytes. The dermatophytes, a group of fungi that live on the keratin, the substance found in hair, nails, and the outer layer of skin. I like to know this. I like to imagine this system not just as made up of human cells, but also made up of bacterial cells and other eukaryotes, such as fungi. I see the root sugar, saccharides. User 224, you share the theory that our gut is like a second brain is so fascinating to you. It is very fascinating. I remember thinking about that and having my mind blown when I was hanging out with a friend in the middle of the night on a university campus one day. And like most events in my life, what happened on campus in between the classrooms was a lot more profound than what actually happened in the classrooms, and this memory was no exception. I remember thinking, you know, if there's bacteria in my gut and they need a certain amount of nutrients and a certain kind of nutrients, then when I'm craving a certain type of food, it might not be me that's craving it. That the thought that I'm hungry right now might actually be from the bacteria that's saying, hey, I'm hungry, and just using the same neurons. And then the more I thought about that, the more I thought, wait a second. If I am also the bacteria, maybe the air that is breathing into my lungs that comes from the trees also signals to me to do things in benefit of the trees. Maybe the light I get from the sun also has an inherent intelligence that gets me to use it in a certain way. And then I started thinking about all of the stuff that I get from the outside world and all of my inner world and its thoughts, and I realized that I'm really nobody. I'm nobody in particular and everything. That I am just the whole universe, localized here. I am the bacteria. I am the tree. I am the sun. I'm all of that. So when I have thoughts that come from me, and I seem to exclude me from the bacteria and the trees and the sun, well then who really am I? Am I really separate from these things? Just because I appear as distinct from them? And that was a great opening of my experience, and I'm very grateful for that night. And so coming into this knowledge that there's also fungi in here makes me very happy. Or maybe it makes the fungi very happy to be acknowledged. I'm not sure. You dig it, vibrating Buddha? Consider it Doug. Welcome. There's a lot of symbiosis in the world of life. I think one of the most amazing things is called the viral theory of life. And I have to describe it to you. See, if you've ever studied microbiology, you'll know that for a eukaryote cell, which is the cell you'll find in animals and plants and fungi, what you have inside the cell is, perhaps most importantly, a nucleus that contains all of the DNA. You also have either in a plant cell a chloroplast, or in an animal or fungi cell a mitochondria. These are really important parts, but for the topic of this conversation, mitochondria also has its own DNA. And so do the chloroplasts in plant cells. So there's DNA in the mitochondria, in the nucleus, and in the chloroplasts. And so what many biologists believe happened is that at probably 3 separate times in the history of life on Earth, what actually happened is that there used to be a bunch of different kinds of what are called prokaryotes, which are single cells that don't have a nucleus. Their DNA is just kind of loosely strewn about inside. And then what happened is they all came together. That one prokaryote eventually absorbed the other. And that prokaryote in a different timeline absorbed the chloroplast. And so it's 2 living things come together as one. And at a 3rd time, there was a virus which gave rise to the nucleus, and that was absorbed. And so that virus being absorbed became the nucleus. It's called the viral theory of life, and I really like this idea that prokaryotes and viruses just came together in different combinations to produce life. So inside all of us, inside all of our animal cells, is a trace of a union that happened billions of years ago between a virus, a prokaryote, and another prokaryote, which formed the mitochondria. Shan, you ask, but you share that viral theory is not this? Let me double check for you. Let's see, what was the name of that article? Here is it. Yes, viral eukaryogenesis is the name of what I'm talking about. Viral eukaryogenesis is the hypothesis that the cell nucleus of eukaryotic life forms evolved from a large DNA virus in the form of endosymbiosis within a methanogenic archaeon, or bacterium, which is a form of a prokaryote, an ancient prokaryote. The hypothesis posits that the eukaryotes are composed of 3 ancestral elements: a viral component that became a modern nucleus, a prokaryotic cell, which donated the cytoplasm and cell membrane of modern cells, and another prokaryotic cell, here a bacterium, that became the modern mitochondrion or chloroplast. So that's the name of it, the viral eukaryogenesis. And thank you, dear Nick, for your half a dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Rana Abu Ahmed, you share the funny thing is you are procrastinating biology and it's haunting you. Well, here I am. The universe is acting through me to remind you. You gotta get to work. Peace be with you, dear Shan. God, Yam, you know so much stuff, shares Karen. I really don't. The amount of things I don't know, oh, that very much outweighs the amount of things I do know. I'm just happy to be here. And my happiness begets my curiosity. And there's nothing special about that. Oh, that's very kind of you, dear Blue Lily. Why don't we do a mantra in honor of Sri Krishna? Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. The Vishnu Gayatri Mantra. Dear Miss Bliss, you ask, how did I get so smart? Well, it's a very kind statement phrased as a question, and I consider everyone to possess innate intelligence. It's just that our intelligence is probably distributed differently. Many people distribute their intelligence in other ways than I do, like into learning how to crochet. That takes a lot of intelligence, my goodness. Figuring out all the different kinds of patterns, using your hook in the right way, figuring out which stitch to use where. Oh, you look at some of the things that people make. How did you figure out how to do that? That takes a lot of intelligence. And where did that intelligence come from? Just from playing around with it. Just from doing a lot of crochet, and eventually you start getting creative and you think, you know what? I know I'm following this pattern right now, but maybe I want to branch off, do something different. I think I've done enough to know how to do that. And then maybe you start making your own designs. Cooking. How do you become a great chef? You just practice cooking a lot, and eventually you'll figure out a kind of intuition behind it. So many different kinds of intelligence. Crochet, cooking, emotional intelligence, geospatial intelligence, interpersonal intelligence. Street smarts is absolutely a kind of intelligence. Yeah. And in all cases, how do you become more intelligent in those areas? You just give yourself to them. Continue to bring your attention to these things. Be curious, stay curious. Believe in yourself. The only thing that limits anyone from learning something is the time that they spend on something. How patient they are. How much they fill their moments with it. Hello, the truth, love. Dear vibrating Buddha, you're going to go snuggle in. It's negative 15 degrees Celsius in Calgary. Warm hugs, yes. Please go do that. When I was a wee lad in Calgary, I was only allowed inside during recess if it dipped below minus 20 degrees Celsius. Could you imagine that? Negative 19 degrees Celsius? No. No. I don't care you forgot your gloves. That's your fault. My goodness. I would come in shaken like a what? I don't know. And I would cry because my hands hurt so bad. But that's how we did it in the good old days. Right? No. It's okay. I turned out okay. I didn't lose any of my fingers due to frostbite, at least. Dear John, you share you wish you could meet me. Well, you already have. Physical contact is just one dimension of life, and by far the least deep. It is the most surface layer. It's the layer on the surface of life, the most shallow. Whether you are with someone in physical contact or not, you can be connected at much deeper levels or be far apart. Yes, it made me a strong Canadian, and now I can safely wear flip-flops in the snow. Which is true. That is actually what I do, because I tell you what, I don't like shoes. I don't like shoes. I don't like socks. I don't like shoes. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. I accidentally dislodged the cable connecting to my microphone. Thank you, dear Hypergen, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. MJ, you ask, Yamsox doesn't like socks. I know. It's a travesty. Yeah. The only time you'll ever have yam and socks coming together is in my username. In all other contexts. Or on the microphone. Anna, you share you're gonna send me Avaianas when you have money. What is a Avaiana? I could look it up, but I want to see if you can describe it in chat. I have no idea. Avaiana. Dear Miss Bliss, you share you've never met in person your best friends, but you know them better than anyone. Yeah, and that is the magic of the internet. Dear Blue Lily, you had asked, how do you push past a lack of motivation? A lack of motivation I would not describe as something to push past. A lack of motivation is a time for you to be patient with yourself. If there's something that you know you want to do, but you can't see the way there yet, no rush. Don't be in a hurry to live. I always wait until motivation came. Of the things that I want to do, I try to be patient, and as soon as I have motivation, then I jump on that and I follow that. But in times where there isn't, then I allow myself to be in waiting, and I trust that it will come, and it always does. They're flip-flops. Avaianas. Avaianas. How fun. I like that name. I also really like the name flip-flop. Absolutely hate what the Australians call them. I think it should be illegal what the Australians call them. But flip-flops, excellent. Havaianas, so satisfying. What do they call them? You don't even want to know. Dear Karen, you ask, do I feel sometimes it's harder to connect with people when you see things or the world differently? No, not at all. This is something that I think a lot of my peers have trouble understanding. That the more spiritual you become, the easier it is to connect with anyone. That is, unless you see spirituality as something that replaces your personality or worldly way of life. But worldly life is deeply spiritual. And even if the people around you can't see past the surface, that doesn't mean you can't forge connections at the level that they're able to. Because for them, the deepest thing they know is worldly life. And therefore, when you are experiencing life at the same level as them, you are sharing a deep connection. It's just not necessarily your version of a deep connection, but it's as deep as you can go with them, and you can enjoy that. Just like if you had friends who don't know how to swim, there's still lots of fun you can do in the shallows. You can hang out in the hot tub. And you can splash just in the shallow end. If they don't want to come with you into the deep end, you don't have to go into the deep end all by yourself. When they go home, and when they've had enough of the shallow end and you're by yourself, now you can swim out into the deep end, and that's wonderful. But if you stay in the deep end and no one else is coming out with you, then that can be pretty lonely. So I would recommend to connect at the level that other people are ready for and have fun there, because you had fun once at that level. You know, as a child, you're not thinking about the most grandiose questions that you can possibly conceive, but yet you're living fully, even in very small ways, in the moment. That's why in the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu had written that whether one sees passionately the surface or passionately the core, wonder names them both. And I love that. And you can try to help, you can help them try the deep end, shares G to infinity. I like that too. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Miss Bliss. Yes, dear Hybridgen, I did get your email successfully. And I emailed back. I'm not sure if you got that. I loved the art piece that you shared with me of the heart, and the heart with all of its pieces. Woohoo! Yes, we were having some difficulty establishing that connection, but it was made. It's wonderful. Hello, dear Vicky Mon. Triangles. Yeah. What inspired you to make that, dear Hybrid Jen? And thank you for your pair of tiny tinies that you sent earlier. Yahoo! And Dalkinton, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. And dear Miss Bliss, thank you for your heart, me. And TGIF, it is Friday. And Team Bracelet and pair of cherry ups. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namaha. Thank you, MJ, for the hand hearts too. Om Dham Namaschandraya. It took courage to share, dear Hybrid Jen. You found out you were a Sancha. You found out you were the side chick. Oh, I see. Is that what Sancha means, or is that an autocorrect? And it crushed you. This was 15 years ago. Well, I love the symbolism that comes out in that art of having a heart which is whole, but yet shattered in so many different pieces, crushed, as it were. Sancha in Spanish is mistress, I see. You have taught me a new word. That does sound very crushing, and I'm so happy that you found a way to express that pain through art. Art can be a very healthy way of processing those feelings. Dear Billy, you ask, have I heard the word chanclas, or that's how you pronounce it? Spanish for flip-flops. I like that. No, I haven't. Dear Blue Lily, you ask, what made me decide to share my story and thoughts on the universe? Because I can't keep it to myself, my God. I'd go crazy. You know, when you look outside and the moon is there, and there's people living in the same house as you. You just have to say, my goodness, look at how beautiful the moon is. Or when you're driving and you look out the window and you see cows, you just have to say, cows. Or if you see a sunset, you have to share that wonderful experience, because that's part of the wonder that we get to share it. Just wouldn't feel right to look at a cow and not share the fact that there's a cow there, or the moon, or the sunrise or sunset. That's an experience that deserves to be shared. Many find you strange, but a few love you dearly for your feelings and thoughts. And some, like myself, love the fact that you are strange. May you get some rest, dear Miss Bliss, and may you have no anxiety for your MRI. And may it be just what you want to see, or just what is able to allow you to get the treatment that you need. You're eternally grateful for those people, dear Blue Lily, but you're too worried to share on such a large platform. I don't blame you. Yeah, I get scared coming up here every day too. I love that, Anna. The sun is the same, but the sunsets, they are always unique. That is beautiful. Someone had asked how my wooden sandals turned out. Great for a first attempt, but I ended up purchasing some online. Or rather, the ones that I had originally purchased online eventually came. It was in the absence, of their arrival that I thought, well, if they're not going to arrive, I'll just try to make them myself. So I tried my best. And then they arrived, and they turned out to be a much better quality than the ones I made. Dear Phoenix, you share you can't sleep. Dog ran away Wednesday night. I would have a difficult time sleeping too. Pets are family. Not knowing where your family is, certainly challenging. But if you want to be the most able to perhaps find your puppy, it's best to do a good search on a full night's worth of sleep. That your puppy deserves the most readily available version of you to come and find them, and that requires putting it aside for the night, because worrying is not going to make your dear puppy come back, and it's going to have even more adverse effects on your life. But I understand that you worry because you love them, and your love is a beautiful thing, and you don't have to set that love aside, but do make sure you get some rest. You deserve it too. Dear user 224, on me having anxiety, you share you do. You never expected I experienced some anxiety going live. I seem so comfortable. Oh, I am. Yeah. Don't confuse anxiety for discomfort. That's the secret. You can be entirely comfortable with your anxiety. Think about that. You can be entirely comfortable with your anxiety. Anxiety doesn't negate the possibility of being comfortable. Dear Phoenix, you share your dog's name is Pickle. I love that name. Pickle is a great name for a dog. Perhaps Pickle is a bit of a cucumber at the moment and has gone to marinate in life outside the home and will return extra juicy, now knowing of just how much wonder there is here on the inside, and how actually being an outside dog is not for them. Hopefully. I pray that dear Pickle come home soon. And if Pickle is lost, that Pickle uses the many millions of years of evolutionary instinct to be able to survive. What breed? Good question. You know, you never ask what breed of cat. It's always just what color. Cats come in colors, dogs come in breeds. A Catahoula. Speaking of cats, I have never heard of a Catahoula. Let me pull up a Catahoula. Catahoula, leopard dog. Probably not pronounced the way I pronounce it. He is medium with black and brindle. Now I gotta open up a new tab to figure out what brindle means. Brindle is a distinctive coat pattern that appears as stripes of one color on a base of another color. Brindle. I love it. Very descriptive. I understand. They all have beautiful eyes, it looks like. No. Well, dear Pickles, the black and brindle Catahoula will certainly stay in my heart. Dear user 224, you're curious if I'm the type of a type of person to open 100 plus tabs or to keep them at a low number. Ah yes, the two types of people. What do you think? Billy, you heard that all cats fall into two categories, orange or black. That's hilarious. Pretty much. Hybrid Jen, you saw the movie Wicked. Made you feel like I was the good witch who calmed you and accepted you. Oh, is this Wicked? Is this a sequel to The Wizard of Oz? Or a prequel to The Wizard of Oz? Thank you. User 224, you have a feeling that I do be opening a million tabs. Thank you. User 224, you have a feeling that I do be opening a million tabs. Thank you. Thank you. User 224, you have a feeling that I do be opening a million tabs. One tab open if I can. It seems like there was some glitching. Does not appear to be on my end. Well, I know it is glitching, I believe you, but for some reason it didn't notify me this time. I seem to be back. Did I answer the question about tabs? Maybe the universe didn't want me to reveal my answer. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your love painting. Om Hring Namah Shivaya. And dear Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namaha. And dear Scott, thank you for your pair of fast bursts. Hare Krishna. And Maid Jhardai Handa, thank you for your heart me. And Team Bracelet. Oh, Jack, seems like you're meant to be here. Have you been forgiving yourself lately? Maybe the universe wanted me to tell you. You need to forgive yourself, Jack. It's not your fault. Now, the answer to the question of if I'm someone who keeps 100 tabs open or not is not. As soon as I have more than like 10 tabs open, or even more than 5, I start to get overwhelmed. I start to go, oh, what am I even doing? Because I like to get to the bottom of things, and getting to the bottom of things usually involves simplifying. Taking a large set of things and then isolating the essence of that. And so whenever I catch myself having more than 5 tabs open, I go, this is not the way. Am I getting more confused? Probably. So then I just close out of all of them. It's true, I purge them. Not just one by one, but the entire window. And I leave it aside. It's my personal philosophy. At the moment, I'm trying to keep track of more than 5 different things, and I clearly haven't found the unified source. And so I make the tab count 0, and I do something else, or I start all over again. But dear Magdalene shares that you have 500. That's the max. My goodness. You have been trying to forgive yourself, dear Jack. You feel you are. I am happy to hear that. You have definitely surpassed 500. Shares you to user 224. Wow. To me, having so many tabs open, I feel like that comes from a place of being so damn interested in everything that you go, oh, this is a wonderful addition. Oh, this would add to this conversation. Oh this website is great. I have to read this. Oh, now I got to keep track of that article. That's a great perspective, etc. And so you go boing, 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 boing. But the problem is, then you never go deep. You go very wide, but not very deep. It's great for lateral thinking. But if you want to go deep, vertical thinking means simplify, simplify, simplify. Just keep one book on your shelf for that week. Read that. Just have one project that you're working on. Just keep one tab open at a time. You'll go very deep. Knowing when to be a vertical thinker and when to be a lateral thinker is very important. Thank you, dear Wanda, for your rose. Hare Krishna. A wise man once said, I fear not a man who has practiced 1,000 different kicks once. I fear the man who has practiced one kick 1,000 times. Thank you, dear Blue Lily, for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. And your pairs of finger hearts. Om Shrim Mahalakshmi Namaha. Thank you for the follow, dear Jack. Dear Marlon, you share. You're still thinking about your young friend. You can't help it, though. Yes. You can physically distance yourself from something, but that doesn't mean you've mentally distanced yourself from it. In order to mentally distance yourself from something, you have to bring your thoughts to something new and breathe out the old. Breathe in a new journey ahead of you. Breathe out the journey that you've had so far. Jack, you shared now you're not sure what you need to forgive yourself about. Well, the first thing you can do is forgive yourself for not knowing. You don't know? That's okay. Hello, Giselle. A to infinity, you share. If you are caring for a new baby, she needs to manage a bunch of tasks to care for another human. Oh yeah, I sometimes feel like You know how Kali, Durga, other forms of the Divine Mother have 4 arms, 10 arms, 1,000 arms. You know, I feel like my mother sometimes has to have that many arms in order to do all the things she does. Dear Blue Lily, you started watching my math videos, and you would like to know more about how math equates to spirituality. It's all to do with the intention. The reason why I was pursuing mathematics is what led me to spirituality. Because many people can study math and never become spiritual. But they do it for a different reason than I did. That's okay, because you can have many different reasons for pursuing something. But I'll tell you a little bit about why I gained an interest in math and how that interest led to spiritual things. You know, when I was a little boy, even as a baby, I was always taking things apart. You know, I'd look at the clock on the wall. I'd wonder, how does that work? And so I'd, take something like a hammer. Ugh, I could draw a better hammer next time. And I'd smash the dang thing. And then I'd have all of the hands and probably broken glass and the frame and all of the inner workings, the gears and cogs, etc. I was always wondering, how does it work? And I'd be looking up at the sun in the sky, and I'd wonder, why does the sun produce light, etc. Eventually, that led me to study physics. Because physics is a method of understanding the nature of reality at the level of the physical, which is why the root here is physic. I wanted to know about the equations of the world, the equations of the black holes. I wanted to know about how atoms formed. I wanted to know what was inside the atoms, all of the protons and neutrons made up of up quarks and down quarks. I wanted to know what equations this whole universe was built by. But I was very disappointed. Now, don't get me wrong, physics has come a long way. But there's still something missing. For example, there's many parts of physics that we don't have the answer to, which is wonderful if you want to be the first to find out the answer to problems like the question of dark matter, dark energy, of how to unify quantum mechanics and relativity. But realistically, that might not happen in this lifetime. I wanted a full understanding of this universe and my part in it in this lifetime. So I had to turn to a different framework than physics. So instead of studying physics, I started to study math. Because I realized that whatever was going to be the theory of everything that solved all the missing parts of physics, that it would be done through the language of mathematics. That it kind of already exists in equation in the mathematical Platonic world. So if I just figured out what in math made it possible for a theory of everything to be discovered, then truth was found here. And then I figured out that there's also similarly missing pieces of math too. That there are deep unsolved problems in the world of mathematics. And I was disappointed yet again. because I knew that I was probably not going to be the one that figured out the theory of math and how it all works. So eventually that shifted to the language of math, which of course is logic. That whatever was going to solve the answers of the missing pieces in math was already in the world of logic. The world of truthsums and falsums and existential and universal quantifiers, etc. And then I figured out that there are many problems in logic that were unsolved, and so there are still missing pieces. And so even jumping from physics to math to logic, I still did not have the answers that I was looking for. Eventually, that led me to think in a different way than analytically. Ultimately, in the beginning, my quest was just to understand why things work the way they do. And this whole time, my quest had been external. I had been looking at the objects around me. I had been looking at the stars and the atoms and the numbers and the statements, the logic statements. But all of that is external. And to me, as long as our pursuit of knowledge is purely an external one, meaning we're not turning inwards to find the truths of our own experience directly, then there will always be something missing. And what was missing the whole time was me. The missing part of physics, of math, of logic was myself. That I had tried to find the missing piece to reality. But I was that missing piece, and not me personally, but the self within everyone that we call me, myself, and I. That if there is some great truth in this universe, because I'm part of that universe, then that truth is baked into my existence. And since this part is the only part that I can directly know or experience, then why am I looking elsewhere? Why am I looking in books and classrooms and other people's words and in schools and courses? Why haven't I looked in perhaps the first place I should have been looking to begin with, which is within myself? And so that's why math became spiritual for me. The reason I went into it, to find that missing piece of my reality. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the star and rose that you sent. Om Brahm Bhairvai Namo Namaha. Thank you, Linda Lou, for liking the live. And now I stopped looking, asks Myrna. Well, it's kind of funny. If you realize that you are the one that you're looking for, that the one that is the one looking is the one to be found, then what is to say of the search after that point, when the seeker is the sought? It becomes a most beautiful paradox from that point onward, where the journey never begins and it never ends. And dear Marlon, you share that you feel that mothers develop many arms just the same as they gain superpowers. Absolutely. Dear user 224, you ask, do I think I put too much pressure on my younger self? Given that I am my younger self, just in an older body, and at this moment I am happy, Not at all. I am happy that the journey went the way it did, and I wouldn't be where I am today without what I experienced yesterday. Thank you, dear Orla. No, I'm not familiar with that phrase, dear user 224. Dear Blue Lily, you ask, do I ever struggle with believing myself, or do I have any advice on trusting oneself? Oh, I don't take myself seriously at all. No, I don't believe myself. There's nothing about myself to believe. It is. And the nature of its reality is completely unserious. If you want to try something new, do it. If it doesn't work out, whatever. Nothing serious about any of that process. If a voice inside of you says, try this, you can try it. That's your choice. But to trust oneself, I'm not even sure what that would mean, because there's nothing to trust. You are yourself, and there's nothing set in stone separate from that fact. If a part of you says, I'm not sure if I can do this, it's not part of you. Doubt does not come from you, it comes from the outside. It means that you've dragged in some dirt on your shoe, and you think that the dirt's a part of you, and you go, oh no, what happened to me? That part of me has transformed into dirt. Actually, it's just an illusion. It's just on your skin. You can brush it off. It came from outside. It wasn't you to begin with. If we have that doubt, that's not you. Doubt never, the self never doubts. That is true. And thank you, dear Not to Stand user, for your galaxy and heart me. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam Brahma Dipati Brahmanod Hipatir Brahma Shivo Mestu Saiva Sada Shiva Om. How are you doing, my friend? Dear user 224, you ask, what are some of my thoughts on ambition? Ambition, ambition, ambition. I think it's important to be ambitious. Yeah, it's good to be ambitious. Most things that you start with ambition probably won't come to a finish, and that's why we call it ambitious. But that's okay. Think of all the things that would never happen if you never believed in that 1 in a million chance of something wonderful happening. But don't use that to gamble. Gambling has risks. Ambition is different from a gamble. Ambition, you make peace with the outcome because you already know that it's unlikely. You're not going to fool yourself into thinking that the near impossible is necessary. Ambition means you're willing to try something, and even if you don't succeed, that doesn't set you back. But perhaps we're using the word ambitious in different ways. Ambitious people usually torture themselves, right? Yeah, but I think we might use the word in different ways. How do you mean ambition? Dear user 224. Dear user 821, you ask, what does Lord Shiva think of crypto? Well, the only non-fungible token that you have to value is your life. Because let me tell you, you're not getting another one. This life is the only one you got. Now that's an NFT. Invest in this NFT that is your life. All others, they come and go. But this one does not. You're stuck with it forever. Demiya, you sure I don't believe in reincarnation? It's the same life. In your past life, it's a misnomer. I think we could use better words in all honesty. There's no such thing as multiple lives, just one. We call it different lives, but it's just one life. You will get another body. That's for sure. But it's not another life. You've only got one of those, and that never comes and goes. Not with the body. Does that make sense? You only live once, and that's through this body and the next and the next. Because life is not something that stops at death. One soul, yes. But it's the same life. Body is not life. Body is inert. As soon as the soul leaves the body, we say it's a dead body. As long as the soul is in the body, we say it's alive. So the life is not in the body, it's in the soul. One life in the soul. Thank you, dear Blue Lily, for your 30 roses. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And not the stand user. Did I catch a comment from how you are doing? Did you tell me how you are? Did it come through? We're all walking each other home to source. I love that. Dear not to stand user, thank you for your fest cheers too. Om Kamalir Maha Kalikaye Namaha. You still haven't seen your friend in jail. You don't know if you can. That's okay. When it feels right. Hybrid Jen, thank you for your pair of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. And dear Anna, thank you for your heart meme. Dear Giselle, you ask, or you share that you heard that energy can't be created nor destroyed. When we die, we join the universe again. When you die, you're still part of the universe now. How can you join something you're already one with in this moment? You are one with the universe now. That can't change. Nothing about that relationship or dynamic to change. Energy can't be created nor destroyed. It's true. And it's a great analogy for the continuity of the soul. But if we want to be really accurate, the soul is beyond energy. It is not even made up of energy. It is the witness of energy, or the interspace behind all energy. It is technically called a word that translates to energetic. There's the Shaktiman and the Shakti. Shakti in Sanskrit is a word that means energy. And another name for the soul in Sanskrit is Shaktiman, which means the source of energy, the energetic. And Shaktiman is transcendental to the Shakti, which is neat. But yes. You could say it's a kind of spiritual energy. That makes sense? Oh, good. It's a subtle point. Thank you, dear Jessica, for your trio of roses. And thank you for liking the live, dear Jessica. Ram Ram. All right, dear Marlon. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Jen. Hello, Fide or Fede. Daniel. 6 in the morning? Well, you are up early. Or up very late. Depending on your perspective. Dear Orla, you share always one with the universe. Do I think that means when we leave our body, we sort of expand omnidirectionally? Well, we'd never leave our body. Actually, the body leaves us. You never leave the body leaves you. You are already everywhere, but the body is only here. And the body comes and goes from here. To expand omnidirectionally implies there's somewhere that you're not already. But you are everywhere there is. In fact, it's not even fully accurate to say that the body leaves you. Really, it just dissolves back into you. Like a tree bursting out of the soil. It is the soil come into form. And you are like the soil in this example, and the tree is like your body. And when the tree dies, where does it go? Well, it just goes back into the soil from which it came. So it really hasn't gone anywhere. It's just the form appears to have gone. And where have you gone? Where have you as the soil gone? Well, it's been the same place the whole damn time. Thank you, dear Pia, for sharing the live. Dear Orla, you share, you want to feel that you're everywhere. You've felt disturbed by your limited perspective your whole life. Stuck inside your own physical self, unable to be inside someone else's experience or perspective. If you limit yourself to be defined only by what you feel, then indeed, your sense of self will not extend past the body, because the nerve endings in our skin don't extend past the body. You can only feel this body. But notice, your sense of feeling might be limited just to the body, but your sense of sight contains the whole room. Your sense of sound contains your whole neighborhood. Notice that? Your sense of feeling only goes to the tips of your fingers. Your sense of sight extends past that to contain the whole room. So if you define yourself by what you can see, you are the whole room. If you define yourself by what you can hear, you are the whole neighborhood. And those are just the Jnanendriyas. A group of 5 senses, but we have many more than just those 5 senses. Your sense of empathy, doesn't that extend all around the world? When you know of a conflict on the other side of the world, don't you empathize with that? If you define yourself by empathy, then you contain the whole world. Your mind is a sense organ too. Just not a Jnanendriya, but an Anthakarana, an inner sense. You can think about not just anything in this world, but you can bring your thoughts to the moon, to the sun, to the stars, to the galaxies beyond, even alternate universes. So if you define yourself by your sense of thought, you contain everything there is to think about. It's a shame that we normally just define ourselves only by the sense of touch, by what we can feel. Then it's just from the top of our head to the tips of our toes, and that's about it. If you define yourself by what you can love, well, that love can be felt across the entirety of existence. Do you feel love for the sunset, for the sunrise? Do you feel love for music? Do you feel love for art and dance and science? Do you feel love for all the children in the world? Do you feel love for your ancestors? Do you feel love for the sun and the moon? Then you are in contact with the whole of creation, right there in your love. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your dozen roses. Om Namo Buddhaya. Dear Myrna, you ask, would I tell the community that you had a ceasefire agreement in Lebanon? Yes. Yes. I was very happy to hear that. It broke my heart the other day when you said that you were having trouble sleeping because there was bombing in your country. But that one thing that got you through the night is knowing that we'd be doing a live stream in the morning, and I didn't do a live stream that morning. Oh, dear Myrna. But I'm so happy to know that there was a ceasefire. And yes, when there isn't a live stream, please, if you ever want to reach out, you're always welcome to message. Know that. Thank you for the follow, dear Ewan. Yeah, the Buddhists have some wonderful views on the nature of the world as construct of the mind. Lou Lily, you share you struggle to around others, fear of judgment hurts. That it does, but alone you give to charity and talk with family, meditate and speak with those who listen. That's wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. Not the stand user, you're apologizing as you don't like bringing the vibes down. No. Vulnerability is not a low vibe. Yeah. Not a low vibration at all. Vulnerability is authenticity, and authenticity is the highest vibration. There's a difference between sharing your vulnerability and being a Debbie Downer. A Debbie Downer is when you're being pessimistic, or when you're taking something that is joyful to another and then trying to make it not joyful. But that's not what you're doing at all. You're going through something which is very real and raw, and sharing that experience is not being a party pooper at all. So don't worry. Two completely different boxes of frogs, mate. Yeah, or being judgmental. Well said, dear Sarah. Yeah, and this is on the record that if ever it seems like the mood is high, but your mood is low, don't feel hesitant to share what you're going through. And I hope that's true not just here, but everywhere you go. Giselle, you share you have so many questions about everything. You feel worried and overwhelmed. Well, the good thing is that being overwhelmed is something that comes and goes even without the answers to your questions. So having questions or the lack of answers isn't necessarily the cause of being overwhelmed. For me, I feel like I'm overwhelmed when I feel like I need answers. But as soon as I realize that I don't, that I'm perfectly allowed to not know the answer to something, then the question still remains, but it's no longer something that is a cause for anxiety or being overwhelmed. You know, there's a lot of mysteries about this universe, but one thing that's not a mystery is that you are allowed to be here in this moment without having solved all the mysteries. There's no faculty of existence that takes people out for not knowing the answer to the big problems of life. Do you notice that? You can scream loud and clear into the stars, "I don't know," and you're not going to be smited in that moment. You can confess that you have no idea what's going on, and your heart will continue to beat. Your lungs will continue to have air. Blood will continue to be in your veins. And I think that's a fact that is underestimated in its value to instill peace. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your pair of roses. And a dozen roses and sunglasses too. Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. Giselle, you share. Everyone is doing what they're supposed to be doing. There shouldn't be worries. In this moment, you are okay. In this moment, if there are worries, you're not alone in that either. There's a lot of worries in the world. There's enough worries to go around. There's no need to add your own. Like that math joke. You know, I've got enough problems in my life. I don't need more math problems to solve. There's enough things that people are worrying about. No need to add to that list. You'll never run out of the worries that already exist. Hello, dear Josand. You share your cat keeps knocking over cups. She should not do that. Hey, she's a scientist. She is just making sure that gravity is still working. Someone's got to do it. It's a difficult job. It's a difficult job. You know, Isaac Newton discovered gravity, but that's only because there was a cat in the tree. And the cat was like at the apple, and the apple fell. And it hit him. Everything is balanced, right? Asks Giselle. Things could not exist without equilibrium. Would be an impossibility. But that doesn't mean there aren't going to be times where you feel imbalanced. Dear Anna, you share you were so sad due to no reason, and you spent 2 hours here, and now you are yippee again. I'm happy to hear that, dear Anna. Sometimes we are sad for no reason, other times we are yippee, and sometimes we are both. We can see all of the things in the world that make us sad, honor them, feel that sadness, and in our heart of all the good that's still possible, pardon me, we can feel yippee. Good night, dear Giselle. Thank you, dear Sarah, for your heart me. Brahm Hanumate Namaha. And dear Orla, thank you for your heart me and 11 team cheers. Hare Krishna. Via Valley, you share it's good to go outside and yell yippee every day. Could you imagine? Imagine if doctors started doing that. That they gave you a prescription, and the prescription was to go outside in the morning and yell yippee. It'd probably be pretty successful, pretty effective. I think that's what a lot of gurus do. They just send their students on innocuous quests. Like, I want you to take that rock and hold it up to your forehead, and then spin around 3 times, and then affirm to yourself, I am loved, and then give the rock back to me because I like it. And it works. Where is Greg RG? Yam said quest. You can send yourself on little quests. I used to play that game with my friends. Is one of us would be the so-called monkey god. Don't ask. And we would be sitting at the top of the so-called temple of the monkey god. I had weird friends. We made up weird games. And the monkey god would give the other friend a quest. And that would be like that. Go and find the biggest leaf that you can. Or go and find a flower that'll stain you red, and I want to see you stained red. I want your arms to be red by the time you come back. And we would love it. It was one of my favorite games to play. Yeah, I was pretending to be Hanuman when I was younger. That's right, G to infinity. Actually, it's a reference to Bloon's Tower Defense. How many people get that reference? If you do, I love you extra specially. User 224, you share, you wish doctors still prescribed sunny vacations, right? Yeah. It's like when you need to not do something at school and you get a doctor's note and you can share with your teacher. See, my doctor said I'm not supposed to be doing this exercise. If only we could do that with our jobs. See, my doctor said that I can't work this week. I'm too stressed out. That'd be nice. Your son used to play Bloon's Tower Defense. He was very good at it. I think it's very wholesome that you know the games that your son plays and could recognize them just by the names. And your brother and I would do things like that, dude, or G. King the Hill thing. I like that. I think not all of us like to admit it at times, but somewhere within us is a part that loves to be in service, even if it's to a ridiculous cause. It feels nice to surrender to some quest. I remember realizing that while doing random quests for the monkey god when I was playing that game with my friend, but also when I was about to explode on a customer when I used to work in a deli, and some customers would just be like, royalty, yes, no, not that kind of ham. I actually asked for this kind of ham, and you don't know how to say that it's the exact same kind of ham. It just looks a little different in the lighting. And they go, oh, no, sorry, I asked for 255 grams. No more, no less. And I don't know how to tell them that the scale isn't even accurate to exactly 1 gram. I can't, you know. You know, one of those days where you're about to just explode and lose your job. That the part of me that loves serving others came out and I went, you know what, I would love nothing else than to just imagine myself as a servant of some king or queen right now. Okay, yes, your majesty, absolutely. And it made the anger go away, and I actually enjoyed doing everything they asked for. So if a customer is ever acting like a queen or king, just pretend that they are. Yes, your majesty. It might actually be kind of fun. Yes, dear Mira, I worked in a deli for 2 years. Slice and ham. 90% of being a deli worker. Slice and ham, making pizzas and salads and sandwich and cooking rotisserie chickens, making up salads. I said that. There's a lot of salads. Dear Rav, you have a comment. You share that your wife has the English exam today. Please pray for her. That's right. I will continue to keep her in my prayers, dear Rav. And thank you for being such a wonderful partner and being so caring about some of the challenges that your partner is going through. Yeah, I don't think I could return to a Delhi because now I just feel so bad for the animals. I don't think I've eaten meat in over a year now. You thought I was a musician? Where did that come from? That's hilarious. I love that you thought that my previous occupation was a musician. It's the long hair. Yeah. I think right now I look like an unemployed magician. You know, I look like I could do a pretty decent card trick, but not one that would warrant any money. You were convinced, dear Mirna. That's awesome. Well, my father is a musician, so maybe the genetics come through. Dear Blue Lily, you ask, do I have a partner and thoughts on marriage? One second, I have to pause the alarm on my phone. That's the alarm that says this question is illegal. I'm just kidding. I'm technically single, but I don't feel single, you know. There's a certain kind of feeling that comes with single, but it's not the feeling that I have. I have the same feeling in my heart as if I'm in a relationship, but there's no one in my life I can point to exclusively that fills that role. I don't have any intimate or romantic partners. Right now, I feel fulfilled in the same way as previous relationships, but without anyone else. I guess you could say I'm married to the divine. And that divine lives within everyone. So whenever I'm with anyone in particular, I feel like I'm with my beloved. Even if it's, you know, an elderly gentleman or a baby or a little cat or an ant or a butterfly or whatever it is. You know, just a kind of platonic love that fulfills me. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your flowers. Hrim Namah Shivaya. Oh, thank you, dear user 224. If anything, I hope to treat people the way that they would want to be treated by a partner. Even though I can't fulfill the role of a partner for everyone, at the very least, I hope to show love in a way that perhaps serves as a model for how they deserve to be loved by other people in their life. That seems like my duty. Duty as a human being. I should give some time to read Plato. Dear Blue Lily, you ask, do I want to be partnered? I like the way you use that as a verb. Or will it happen if it happens? It will happen if it happens. Right now I have no desire for anyone in particular fulfilling that role in my life. I feel like I'd be missing out on all the love I have to share with everyone if I had to concentrate it one-pointedly on anyone in particular. I think they'd explode like a laser. You know how the sun is very hot, and when it's distributed over the surface of the earth, it's not so bad. But if you magnify it with a lens, then that same light from the sun can start burning something. I think I have so much love that I'm like the sun. And having one partner in life is like magnifying it. I think they'll just burst into flames. I don't think anyone can take it. So I distribute it equally so I don't make anyone explode. That's a fancy way of saying when I love someone, I love them with my whole heart. And that has got me into trouble many times before. Because I have a lot of expectations for how much love I want to be able to be received. And so far, everyone that I've loved, they weren't able to contain all my love. Not their fault. And Blue Lily, you feel like sometimes you overwhelm your love the way I speak of. I think we all have infinite love inside us. And infinite love can only fit in infinite space. There needs to be leeway for dimensions of love to access in order to feel fulfilled, I think. He's strong to handle you, shares Blue Lily. Yes, very impressive. Very impressive. Rianan, you share. Your man kept saying, less is more, less is more. I know what that's like. Yeah, my mother used to smother me with kisses and I'd say, too much love, too much love. Come on. I can't breathe. I think people like me, our track record is filled with people who often have a lot of insecurities because they're the people that need the most love and therefore can fit the most love. But that's not always the most healthy thing when you fall in love with people that have a lot of insecurities, because the issue with that kind of space of love is it always leaks out. That the reason they make for themselves so much to love, they make for themselves to be so lovable, is often because there's a leak somewhere, and that no matter how much love they get, it never fills them up. Right? And so trying to find that person that you can fit all that love into is not always the healthiest thing, because they need to fill themselves up. Because what's leaking is their own identification with the love that comes from outside, when they need to find that inside. And it is my prayer and wish that all these beautiful souls that experience such draining love, no matter how much space they make to receive love, that they find that love within themselves. I like that, dear Orla. Our loving ability infinitely expands when we are the first in line, and then pour out of the full cup. So beautifully said. Dear Myrna, you have a grim question. What about the idea that we are nothing? I don't think that's grim at all. Nothing is the most beautiful thing. It's true. You ask, what is the most beautiful thing? Well, there can't be anything that's the most beautiful. Therefore, nothing is. See what I did there? What came before everything? Well, obviously, if anything came before everything, then we need to expand our definition of everything to include that thing. So logically speaking, nothing came before everything. Well, wouldn't you want to be that which everything comes from? Everything comes from nothing. So how is it grim to assume that we are nothing? That's a wonderful possibility. Nothing has always been. The thing about nothing, the thing about nothing is that it's not merely the absence of a thing. It's just that our language can only describe what it isn't. It still is. It's just that what it is not a thing. So we call it no thing. But referring to an object, or perhaps more accurately a subject, as nothing, doesn't merely negate its existence, but informs us of an existence that's transcendental to things, to objects. There's just no word for that which is beyond things. So we have to call it what it isn't, a no thing. If you really think about it, you are that no thing. Your body is a thing. Yes. Your mind is a thing. Yes. Your thoughts are things. Yes. But who is the one which is witness to all these things? Is that a thing? Well, what makes a thing a thing? Well, in my opinion, a thing is something that can be seen or heard or tasted or touched or... what's the other one I'm forgetting? Smelt. Or thought about as the sixth. But a thing is something that can be known through our external senses or internal senses. Is it possible to know the one that is knowing? The one which is doing all the seeing, the hearing, the smelling, the tasting, the feeling, the thinking, or the knowing of the thoughts, I should say. What does that witness look like? Or smell like? Or taste like? Or sound like? If you could fit it into a thought, what thought would encapsulate it? There can't be. Because by definition, the subject of all of those objects is categorically a different phenomenon, as an experiencer rather than an experienced. The very reason that you know that you are not the car passing by is because it occurs to you. That you look at your wall and you know that you're not the wall because the wall's over there and you're over here. Now, if the wall was something that is experiencing like you, and that you could see from the point of view of the wall, then maybe you could say you are the wall too. But the fact of the matter is, everything that can be seen, heard, tasted, smelt, touched, or thought about cannot be you. And that includes your body, your mind, because that's part of the objects of your experience. Who is the experiencer that's even experiencing what it's like to have a body? So, this is why it is not so grim of a question to ask. Are we nothing? Because you already are. And it is from that nothingness that everythingness occurs. It is from that absence, that space, that we find presence. It is from the ultimate lack of qualities ourselves in our highest nature that everything else appears to have form. Rako, or Racho, you can tell me how I can pronounce your name. You ask, where does the sense of an experiencer come from? A good question. If we cannot experience the experiencer, then how do we have some sense of its existence? And that's the miracle. That even though we cannot experience what is doing the experiencing, everything that we experience informs us that there must be one. The very fact that there are things to see implies that there's a seer. That there are things to hear implies that there's a hearer. That there are things to smell or taste implies that there's a smeller or taster. But those senses aren't as poetic. The very fact that there are thoughts to be aware of implies that there is awareness. So we cannot be aware of awareness, but everything that we're aware of informs us of our awareness. That is to say, everything is a reminder, or if you really want to be poetic, a reflection of that self. Hello, dear the only S. Namaskaram. And thank you, Persephone, for your follow. And it's pronounced Rako. Thank you for letting me know, dear Rako. Now, if anyone was interested in the train of thought that we were sharing the last few minutes, that's a subject called Vedanta. But we'll have to pause it there for now, as our live stream is converging on 5 hours now, and I'd like to end with a meditation before we go. Thank you, Mr. Blue, for your tree of ice cream cone. Om Namo Jishtaya. Oh, I forgot a word. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jishtaya Namah Shrishtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya, Namah Kalavekarinaya, Namo Balaya, Namo Balavekarinaya, Namo Balapramatanaya, Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya, Namo Manonmanaya Namaha. Time to rest. Yes, dear Zoe. Thank you for sharing the live, Mr. Blue. Again, it went by so fast. Indeed it did. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your dozen roses too. Om Sadhyo Jatam Prapadhyami Sadhyo Jataya Vai Namo Namaha Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavasvamam Bhavod Bhavaya Namaha. Nice to see you, dear Mike. And thank you, Persephone. Is that how I pronounce your name? I feel like I remember hearing that name before and it is pronounced this way. That's right. Oh, good. Glad I didn't call you Persephone. Good night, Blue Lily. Now let us transition to the final section of Sangha dedicated to Nididhyasana, which is implementing or integrating everything that we've shared so far. I love to see all of the compassion shared in the chat to our fellow Sangis. I love to see that. It makes me very happy. Dear the Only S, you share your sister is watching the live. Can I show her something interesting? Sure. So if you've ever watched the movie Braveheart, you'll recognize this sword. It's very long. It's a two-hander. See how long this is? You can fit like 4 hands on this. It's very heavy. Oh, I don't even know if I have enough room to unsheath it. We're gonna have to zoom out. Look at this, ridiculous. I'm still zooming out. I am sure that this sword is probably taller than some of the people here. I think it's like 4 feet tall. Anyway, I can barely hold it with one arm at arm's reach. Oh, so heavy. It's pretty neat, pretty interesting. I once asked a Sikh mystic what my spiritual name would be in Punjabi, and he said Ravi Deg, which means sword of the sun. So I consider this to be my sword of the sun, Ravi Deg. Now I've lost my mouse. Oh goodness heavens. Where have I put that thing? I'll be unable to zoom out without it. Where have I put that thing? I'll be unable to zoom out without it. Where have I put that thing? I'll be unable to zoom out without it. Stephen, you ask, have I vanquished any foes with the sword of the sun? Only the foe within me that said I needed a sword. How did I acquire this giant sword? Asked Orla. I don't really know. I think I ordered it while I was drunk one time. Back in the day. This was long ago when I used to drink. This is what happens. You go on Amazon, you think, I need a sword. Long ago. Maybe I brung the mouse to where I got the sword. 1 second. No, Hybrid Gen, you shared. Now you too will buy a sword on an Amazon site. I would recommend using your money for different reasons. I did find the mouse, yes. Magdalene, you share. Inebriated me felt like I'd be taking those side quests within my foreseeable future. That's right. Yeah. I did go on a lot of side quests in an inebriated state. You gotta. It's tradition. If you are going to be under the influence, you might as well treat your life like you're a fantasy character, and you gotta take the traffic cone on the way home. Right? I'm looking at you. You're walking home after that night. You took the traffic cone. I know you did. That was your quest item. Your memento. Yes, traffic comes. You're all leaving tonight with a sword on your wish list. Oh, what have I done? Oh no. Consumerism. Materialism. Instead, add to your wish list the sword of truth that protects your heart and your loved ones. And may you always slice through inner foes with the precision of a steady mind. And use your money to use your money in a way that brings out more possibilities for people in the world. Your voice is that sword. I'm happy to hear that, dear Rhiannon. Thank you, the only S. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Melinda, for your fast burst. Om Namah Shivaya. And that's another reason why I don't trust myself with having a job, because every time that I've had one, I've just bought the most ridiculous things that don't in any way add value to my life. Like the world's most powerful lasers that I can find on the internet. That's another story for another time. My inventory must be the coolest, that's for sure. yeah, you would definitely be entertained with some of the gizmos and gadgets in my possession. But I know that happiness does not come from them. And that if I had instead saved my money, I'm sure that I could do a lot more with that currency than what I had done. But it's all learning experience. Now, I wanted to end with a meditation. So we'll have to save some of these stories for another time. Hello, dear Shay. How are you? And thank you for your 28 roses. Om Kamalir Mahang Kalikaye Namaham. Well, if I have no use for my sword, you want me to send you the sword, dear G? You'll have to tell me what you would do with it. Will I part with it? Yeah, I'll part with it. I don't mind giving it. I'm sure that someone else would make a lot more use out of it. Although I kind of want to put it in a forest somewhere, and it would be King Arthur's sword. And then one day someone's going to come across the sword in the ground. They're going to be like, "Oh my God, it's Excalibur!" And I think I would love to create that possibility for someone. So if you have a better idea than that, then yeah, I will send it to you. But that's a pretty good idea. I think you'll agree. I should organize a treasure hunt. Yes. Come on, kids, come into the forest where you'll find swords and lasers and other things your parents don't want you to have. I could put it in a hole in a tree. That'd be pretty perfect. Alright. I could hide it in the big beautiful garden near me. That'd be hilarious. You guys are funny. Okay. Switching gears. Let us embark on a quest, not to pull the sword from the stone, tonight. Let us embark on the quest of calming a racing mind. A helpful skill, especially in a pinch. Racing minds can come in many forms. Anxiety, panic can be one form. Sometimes it's just kind of random, pardon me. I am sure that you know what it's like to just have thoughts just going, no clear direction. Other times your mind could be really positively racing, excited about all sorts of different things. And in each case, it can be a wonderful skill to be able to calm that mind. And if you can practice it when your mind is positively racing, then the same skills apply for when it's negatively racing too, when it's more anxious kind of racing. Okay. So if you'd like to embark on that journey with me, I invite you to find a space that works for you. Maybe it's on your bed, maybe it's on the floor, maybe it's a yoga mat, or a chair, pillow, stool. Maybe you're walking around with your phone in your hand. All of that is wonderful. Whatever makes sense for you, find that space, find that asana, that position, and begin to bring your attention to your breath. Many people know that our breath has a lot to do with our heart rate. Slow breathing is correlated with a resting heartbeat. And rapid breathing is associated with a rapid heartbeat. Rapid heartbeat is great when you are running from a saber-toothed tiger. If you look around you, maybe you can look left to right. Check if there's a saber-toothed tiger in your vicinity. No saber-toothed tiger means you don't need a rapid heart rate or saber-toothed tiger equivalent. Deep breathing, resting heartbeat. Our breath also has a connection to the speed of our mind. Breathing really fast can be akin to jumping from one thought to another. Jumping from one thought to another can be really helpful if you are diffusing a bomb and you want to make sure that you're cutting the right wire. You can look around you, left and right. Is there a bomb that you need to diffuse within a limited amount of time? Look under your seat, above you. No bomb to diffuse? Probably no need to have such a fast mind then. No rush or bomb equivalent. No saber-toothed tigers. No time bombs. This moment, you are allowed to trigger the rest and digest response, complement to fight or flight. There are two sides of our nervous system. There's the sympathetic nervous system associated with our involuntary actions that we need in survival situations. And that's where the fight or flight response comes in. Our parasympathetic nervous system, on the other hand, is associated with our voluntary actions. Rest and digest. Is this a good time to rest and digest? Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Lots of thoughts. All the important ones will stay with you. Don't worry. Deep tummy breathing. And each exhale, just imagine breathing out one thought. Inhaling spaciousness. Exhaling thoughts. Earlier today, we were talking about keeping hundreds of tabs open on your computer. Like you need to keep track of everything, because everything's so important. Maybe you have 100 tabs open in your mind right now. And you know what? I think it's beautiful that you find importance in all of those thoughts. I think it's a wonderful ability that you have to find significance in so many different thoughts. You are absolutely right that each thought contains something of value, of import, of significance. You are not mistaken for that at all. Deep tummy breaths. What you may be a goofball about is that in order to find what is of value or importance or significance, is that you need all the thoughts. But actually, each thought is a gateway that if you continue to follow it, if you're brave enough, depending on what the thought is, may require more time or more bravery than another, but all thoughts eventually lead to the same place, and that is this place of stillness that we invite in this meditation. So really, you don't have to worry about missing out on the value that any thought has, because you are able to find the most valuable thing. If you just take any thought and hold it in your mind, eventually it will lead to a wonderful place of stillness. They all do. However, some require a different skill set to follow. A thought about tomato paste might be a very long journey into stillness. A thought about whether or not you are lovable may be a thought that helps you find stillness. But if that thought or any other thought only seems to add to the number of thoughts, branches out, then instead of going from so many things to a one-pointed stillness, which is what we're after, that thought is not the thought that you're meant to follow to stillness at this moment. Find the thought that allows you to take the next step inward into the great expanse of stillness that you are. Meditation is all about going from many things to several things to a handful of things to a few things to a couple things and then to one thing. So if you're going to take a journey from one thought to another, inward, why don't you choose thoughts that make the journey easier? Deep breathing, lots of love. Yes, there are so many things to keep track of. But it's not up to you to keep track of everything. So many things unfold naturally. In fact, if you forget to breathe, your body will remind you. You don't have to worry about contracting each ventricle in the heart. Your body does that for you. You don't have to worry about keeping everything together. You're not going to fall apart. That's why you're made of skin too. You are held together naturally. You don't have to figure out how to read the DNA in each cell and create the necessary response in your body. Your body has a natural intelligence that does that for you. So much of life figures itself out if you just give it some breathing room. And that's what we're doing. We're giving ourselves the room to breathe. For things to naturally sort themselves out. There are many things that require input from you. But if you decide that this moment you are allowed a few minutes to breathe, then meditation isn't one of those things. In other words, meditation is one of the things that sort themselves out naturally, as long as you continue to offer space to what you're going through. So many things get better when you offer space to them. Not everything. There are always going to be times in life to take action. But meditation is one of those times where you refrain from action. It's like giving yourself a break. You deserve that break. Because if you're always on, you'll run yourself empty. Time to feel that spaciousness within you. Recharge, revitalize yourself, and enjoy the bliss of the moment. Fall into that space, fill it with your breath, love it. Leave your mind to sort itself out. Mind is not you. It's only one part of you. And there are many, many parts of you. Bring your awareness to all those other parts of you, especially the silent parts, the quiet parts, the parts that are so often talked over by the blabbering or the yapping of the mind. The mind does a great job at what it's supposed to do, which is think. But not all of life is solved through thought. Sometimes we need to bring our awareness to other parts, and we can do so through our breath. Deep, conscious tummy breaths. In case you need to hear it, since a lack of this can be a cause of overthinking. You are valid in what you're going through. And no matter how unique your experience might be to you, you're not alone when it comes to everything. When it comes to the emotions that you feel, even if we don't know what it's like to be you exactly, we all know what it's like to experience loss more generally, sadness, frustration, anger. We all can relate with that. Even if the things that we have lost or we're frustrated over, etc., are different, the feeling is the same. And so coming from a place within all of us that has felt similar feelings to you, you are valid for feeling the way that you do. As a fellow human being, I know, just innately, that you try your best to improve on the things that you can. And you make mistakes and you fail, and you keep trying. And even if, as fellow humans, we don't always acknowledge the struggle that each other is going through, we're all in this together. And I hope you never feel dismissed in what you have to go through. But don't just hear it from me. You can affirm yourself of this at any time. You can recognize that you're getting overwhelmed at any moment. Your mind is beginning to wander, and reel it back in with some nice truths that you know are true, deep down. You don't have to put blind faith into things like you are capable of change. You know it's true. Any doubt about that? It's just the echo of a voice that you've heard from somewhere else. But deep down, your inner voice, always calling, I am capable of change. It doesn't matter how long it takes. I will learn. I will grow. I will heal. In fact, I am changing. I am growing. I am loving. I am healing, even in this moment. It's a process that takes time, and nobody else gets to decide that timeline. Is there a law of physics somewhere that says you're not allowed to be heartbroken for more than a few years? Is there a law in our constitutions that says that you're not allowed to be sad during this time of the day? Is there any schoolwork in the past where you had to write an essay about how that you're not allowed to make the mistakes that you did? No. It's all in our minds. I was about to say heads, and therefore minds, meds, at the same time. Mix the words together. All in our meds. Don't think about that too hard, I'm just slurring my words. timeline for you to go through the feelings that you've gone through is always up to you, the individual. Therefore, why be so hard on yourself when you are comparing what you're going through to another? You are valid for what you're going through uniquely. Let your mind rest. And if that sings true for you, breathe that in. But I am valid in what I uniquely go through. I get to decide the timeline of my healing journey. Your mind is so sweet that it's just trying to cover all bases for you. Wants to make sure that no stone is left unturned. How sweet is the mind? The mind doesn't realize just how much its dynamic nature affects you. Because you are so sweet in that you give so much of yourself to the mind. And when the mind's just trying to help, covering all bases, it gets into a fuss, and you feel that too. So this is for you to know that your mind is doing the best that it can, and for your mind to know that it doesn't have to overexert itself for the self that pervades it. We have so many different parts within us. Each part has its own voice in the mind. Sometimes these parts talk over each other. Sometimes they contradict each other. And that's life. Even in a healthy community, there are going to be disagreements between how one thing could be conducted or how another thing should look, etc. Disagreement is not necessarily the mark of an unhealthy community. The ability for each member of a community to express themselves freely is very healthy. So, at some level, it's a very wonderful thing that so many different parts of you get to find expression, and they're allowed to exist, coexist, even seemingly in contradiction. Because one part of you says like this, another part of you says it's like that. Does this mean that you are in contradiction? Not necessarily. You are completely whole and complete, even when there's different parts of you that appear to disagree. Allowing yourself space, create some distance between you and all that, and between the different parts that may be talking over each other, and gives them some time to sort themselves out. It's like you have a little team of ambassadors inside, and they all sing their own song. They all believe in one principle each. And each part of you is always going to argue for that principle. And sometimes there's a debate over which principle to uphold at one time. Should I be more introverted? Should I be more extroverted? Should I be more carefree or careful? Should I be more determined or relaxed? You are a space, and in that space there are many voices, and all of those voices have their own truth. And you get to decide which truth gets expressed at any time. That's always up to you. And I believe there's always a way for finding a middle ground, a common ground between truths. That you can let all of these voices harmonize. There's a way of being extroverted in just the right ways and introverted in other ways. There's ways of being determined and relaxed. There's ways of being carefree and careful. If you can let those parts within you communicate to each other rather than competing over who is to be heard, this system will sort itself out. I promise. This is the nature of meditation. Keep breathing in and out. Breathe in harmony of all the different parts, coexisting in their own way. And breathe out all of the resentment between the parts within you. Clear up that space. Give yourself breathing room. Let your thoughts coexist without needing to compete for your attention. They all serve their purpose, and it's always up to you whether you want to bring one thought to the table at a time or another. Choose the ones that make your life easier. You deserve an easy life. So many people trying so hard. Oh, why don't they try so easy? So many people studying hard. Why don't they study easy? So many people working hard. Why don't they work easy? When did hard become the goal? Don't try so hard. Try so easy. Alright, and we'll take 3 final conscious breaths, fully imbibing all of the sentiments we've shared thus far, and exhaling anything preventing us from doing so. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. And that'll be the end of our meditation. So thank you for meditating together. Namaste. And now we come to the closing part of our Sangha. We'll say goodbye shortly. And thank you to those who sent a gift while we were meditating. Dear Shay, thank you for your pair of 11 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And dear Doom Knight, thank you for your subscription. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. Dear Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, dear Smoocher, for your quartet of roses. Hare Krishna. Dear Marcel, thank you for your fast burst. Om Pram Hanumate Namaha. And Avant-Garde, thank you for your 14 roses. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. Never expected, nor necessary, but always appreciated. You're very welcome, dear The Only S and Orla. That helped a lot, dear Tati Monica. That helps to hear. I like to know what parts of the meditations resonate with you. They're always such a treat, and many times you giggled. Good. If you're not laughing while you're meditating, you're taking it way too seriously. That's for sure. At least internally. You don't actually have to externally giggle. That'd be terrifying for other people. If you were in a room full of fellow meditators and you just started laughing. Terrifying. But at least internally. Express your joy. I'm happy to hear that, dear Dansuela. So I will be uploading the recording of this live stream to my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. And the meditation has its own dedicated playlist, and the reading, in case you ever want to catch up. We've been reading Moksha, Liberation, a Woman's Journey to Self-Discovery and Freedom from Suffering. You did that last week at a group meditation, Sarah's G to Infinity. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, secretly I actually really enjoy the idea of laughing in a group meditation. But that's my mischievous side coming through. Yeah, I like the way you put that, not the stand user. Love is unifying with that state of bliss. Beautifully put. SMH, maybe you are the terrifying one in the meditation, shares Taylor. Good, I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that. You're the one that's always at the back of the class, dear G. When the laughter comes from deep behind your eyes, well, that's when you know You've struck fool's gold. But not because you are a fool. But because the true treasure is absolutely unserious. We're all goofy goobers at heart. Thank you, dear Magdalene. May our love extend towards the divine upon our rest so that we sleep into a state of gratitude. That's very beautiful. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your 10 roses too. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Salutations to Bhairav. We're all good goobers at heart. I like that too. Thank you to my lovely moderators for ensuring a peaceful space. Thank you everyone for being here. And thank you everyone who holds me accountable for all the things that I can improve on next time. Guten Morgen, dear Bob Dragon. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityur ma mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. That means, lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Namaste. Buongiorno. Every time I hear that, I think of that movie from Quentin Tarantino, the World War II movie, and one of the actors is pretending that they're Italian. They're a spy, American spy. They say, I think it's Brad Pitt, and he goes, Buongiorno, in the least Italian accent possible. I think it's pretty funny. But yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. And check out my latest video, I think you'll like it. Okay, bye.